Okay, I think this appears to be working now. We unplugged it and we plugged it back in for the mic. But, as I was saying, we are going to be doing a democracy run. The democracy is available on YouTube. No democracy for the Twitch viewers currently. I did post the link in the chat, so it should be there. And I was rather amused by just playing whichever we voted for and swapping midstream and doing all this. I thought it was a good bit of fun nonsense. So we're going to continue doing that today. But the reason why everyone's playing Imperator, if they've not told you, which they've probably told you, or this is my understanding, is first of all, Ides of March. We didn't play on the Ides of March because we didn't want to get assassinated. Didn't want to fall out any windows. But secondly, I think they're trying to resuscitate the game overall. If you, like, take a look, the game has been under 1,000 players for, like, forever. And this weekend it's been over 2,000, so we're doing our part. Where's the I'm doing my part meme when you need it. I had the meme prepared yesterday, and I don't have it prepared today. And then for, like, I don't know, OBS has been weird. I was having troubles yesterday. But I'm doing my part, guys. Let's not click too much in Google Images, but I'm doing my part. So, we will be playing Victoria 3 / Imperator, depending on how the poll is going. Currently, it's winning for Victoria 3, and then if anyone wins, we will start a new vote. Why don't we set a little bit of a timer? Or actually, yeah, let's set a timer for like 2 minutes. In 2 minutes, which actually we'll set the timer for actually 3 minutes, but we'll say 2 minutes, because for you, there will be some sort of delay. In 2 minutes, we will decide what game we play. Of course, you guys can hear Victoria 3 in the background calling to you. And then once we do this, we will vote to revote the vote, which will need at least 60% of the votes. And so this is going to be how we are going to be doing it. But we'll just be chatting a little bit until we get to that point. It's working. Finally, he fixed it. Yes. You should try Healthy Man of Europe if Vic 3. No, we're going to play on Carthage because we're going to play Carthage either way is kind of the idea. Or we're not going to do an Ottoman run. We're going to try and restore Maghreb as Tunis. I just go IR. Way less. It was less than 20 on Steam with all the DLC. Yeah, I think it's on sale too. Is there a way for us to check that on SteamDB? Surely it's under sales or something like this. Cloud save, screenshots related. No. Steam Game Hub. Humble bundles. I don't see sales anywhere. There's like, I think there's like 1 DLC or 0 DLCs for the game. So, in terms of games to get into on Paradox, it's one of the cheapest, but that's basically because it's not supported anymore. You need a lot of Imperator experience first. This is fair. We were not exactly slaying in the Imperator streets. It was a lot of stumbling, bumbling, and what have you. Price history? Price history. US dollar. It's up minus 80% right now. Big nice. If anyone wanted to give it a dabble in solidarity. I have no idea if... I have no idea what the chart would have to look like for Paradox to resuscitate the game. Because I think that if they wanted to resuscitate the game... So first of all, I think the first time they patch it, they would piss everyone off because they would break the Invictus mod. Which is what everyone plays with, apparently. And so I think there's about, like... it ends on March 21st, so in 4 days. But like everyone would be so mad if they with the first patch, I think, because it would have to break the mod if they wanted to do anything new. But I'm curious with this experiment. Like, okay, there's no way it sticks at 3K, right? But especially if you, like, scope it down to, like, a month. Already, from the Ides, the player count is dropping, but... Alright, let's see what the YouTube vote said. They said Victoria 3 with a huge majority. So we're going to end the poll. We're going to start a poll to revote the vote. And we will jump into game. The democracy is over. The democracy is over for now. 5 or 6K. Nah, Invictus guy is a champ. He will patch it in a day or two. Bro, that'd be insane. That would be insane. But the democracy is over for now. And it's time to jump into game. Oh no, where'd the game go? Oh yeah, we actually have to change the game capture. It's on Imperator. Not that I thought people would choose Imperator, but that's just like what it was left over from. So now we should have, yeah. Okay, so we have this Tunis run, this Struggle Bus and Tunis run. We have close to 0 infamy, and we have like no good prospects for expansion, which is a bit rough. Where you need to build, well, maybe we could build this naval base before the thing and try and get in. I think we have an interest over here. I guess we could try and get in on these places. Specifically if we have like a Cuirassier. Yeah, so this army is actually decent at landing, so maybe we could start getting into like the Borneo and these types of places. And so we'll take it on pause and we'll be on our way. We actually have a Coke Zero today for our beverage. And a law immediately progresses. Good luck all around. Shout out to democracy. Norway will not be one of the democracy choices for today. Unfortunately. We get urban planning though, which is going to be spectacular because now we can turn on iron frame buildings. We won't do all at once. We'll just do this one in Constantine, which will almost certainly cause an iron shortage, right? So we'll set it to import prioritization. We'll import from the British market as well. We are having issues on the bureaucracy front. But now I think we're supposed to go Atmo. Atmo engine. It's like Atmo engine or empiricism. I think it's Atmo though, for us. We will need to get more bureaucracy. I mean, yeah, it's kind of ugly. We would want back into the Ottomans market, back into our mother's sweet bosom, but I don't think that's going to work for us right now. So, we'll add another one of these in Constantine. It's nice that we have sulfur everywhere, so we can just build paper everywhere. They could give an advanced copy to Invictus modders. This is true. But the Invictus modders won't, there's no way they'll be able to find every bug. Hello, hello. Hello, Stengilla. David says maybe to get into Western Africa for the gold special building in Messina. Ooh, we could go for trying to really get a ton of Africa here. I mean, I was thinking that we'd try and get into Iberia and like this type of stuff, which is just a hella inefficient spot to be expanding, but I think we want to release Andalusia and then take that with the Carthage RP aspect of this. Let's check if you guys say revote. You guys have 55% to revote the vote. Yeah, we swapped to Imperator and then revoting the revote of the vote didn't win, so we were on Imperator for several hours yesterday. And for those of you who like this drink, we have that as well. Okay, so Austria's bankrolling us. Big nice. I think we just dow Brunei to conquer. I think these are all irregulars, so I think our Cuirassier army can just roll over it, to be honest. And we're about to get our second boat. Oh wait, let's actually check if we're about to get our second boat. Yeah, so we have 1,000 already recruited, so this is going to give us a second boat. So I think we are just going to conquer North Borneo. Do have to worry about Portugal a little bit, but I think we can defend against Portugal and just land. So I think we'll be in fine enough shape. We revote the vote, Vic 3. then rinse and repeat. Yeah, just really abuse the Imperator people. This is how you abuse the Imperator people. You give them false hope, and then you just keep voting Vic 3. Because we need a 60% majority to revote the vote, and then a 50% majority. Last night, the re-revote didn't win because you automatically required a 60% margin. I required a 60% margin the first time. To revote the vote, and the revote, I required a 60% margin as well. The Tunisian colony of Brunei. Everyone remembers when Carthage went to Brunei. This is pure RP. Straight up. How could you even begin to suggest otherwise? I know not. I think we'll go for the government administration and... Oh, is it Constantine? Hold the phone. Well, we already got a little bit of progress on it, but I think we wanted it in Tunisia, to be honest, because we build faster there. So let's do that. Kind of got a little bit of government spending here. What is this? What happened? What happened? The landowners got too mad. Okay, well... Is there a world... No, there's not a world. We're already on min taxes. I guess the homesteading's over. The homesteading attempt. That's such a shame. We were almost done with it. Come back, our sweet prince. The revolution is over. The country is healing. You can come back. Ireland run for St. Paddy's Day? Oh, you know what? That's actually a decent one. I forgot. Okay. But then we can't revote the vote. Here's what we'll do. If revote the vote hits 60%, we'll vote if we want to do Ireland instead of Tunis on Victoria 3. But we're not playing anything but Carthage on Imperator. That's not happening. We will not play anything but Carthage on Imperator. For reasons of taste. Why would we ever play anything but Carthage in a video game ever when Carthage is an available option? Yeah. Brunei is part of the Spice Road. IRC Carthage did trade and stuff. So it's a must. Yeah, I mean, everyone remembers. Does anyone not remember when Carthage... Oh, we're just letting them conscript up. Oh, no, wait. No, they're not. Does anyone remember when Carthage... Does anyone not remember when Carthage invaded Indonesia? Norway, what, run for your friend's birthday? I've been really trying, King of Trondelag, to put Norway in a lot of votes. But they never do. They never make it past the starting line, really. For those of you who don't know, King of Trondelag is the most consistent country requester on my channel by an enormous margin. Always requesting Norway. Is it revote time to revote the vote? We will let the vote sit for a while. No, I see it at 57%. It has to get to 60%. 60% is required. Is that a naval invasion by Egypt into Persia? Oh shit, it is. Dude, Persia's popping off. No, it's not. It's not a... Is it a naval invasion? There's no strait there, right? That's... Oman was exiled to here. I think that's... Either they subjugated... Is Oman subjugated? Oman's subjugated, but by France. What the frick is all this? Bro, Persia is popping off. Or, sorry, Egypt is popping off. This is the Egypt show. It was at 60% and then people went no? It's gotta be... Well, Here's the thing. If I just take your word for it, people will spam it was at 60%. The naval invasion was in Fars. Yeah, dude, Egypt's popping off. What a glow up. Usually we see Egypt just get uber clapped. I think they have like an alliance. No? Yeah, I don't know. Can you do Iceland World Conquest run? Not with the current conditions of the game, I don't think. Is Roman propaganda still illegal? He asks, wondering if he will get banned. Generally speaking, it's anti-Carthage propaganda that's illegal. We don't do that here. This is a channel of censorship. I think we maybe just delete some of the Tunisian. So the thing is, it's just way more efficient. So let's do that. And then, of course, we'll run a shortage, but we're on import prioritization, and we could just try and do more imports to try and solve this problem. Which, of course, we're going to run into more of a bureaucracy problem, but we have 50% more construction now, so... something like this. Don't forget to go on a 2-week holiday before scheduling the revote. What does Egypt want in Persia anyways? Money. The resources in Persia are so good. The resources in Egypt are ass. It looks like it's... I don't know what this is, though. Now it doesn't look occupied anymore, but it looks occupied. What's that about? Does anyone remember? So on game release, this cobalt deposits, this dye plantations throughput was present in Sinai, but you were completely unable to build dye in Sinai. And for the longest time, the Divergences mod kept the modifier in, but then I think they got rid of it. Carthage best nation. Ronald knows how to become a mod in my chat. Hey Generalist, I'm a strict Catonian. Can I end all my chats to death to Carthage? I mean, you can, if you want to get banned. Fun fact, Imperator Rome was actually a sequel to EU Rome. Wait, what? Really? I feel like it starts kind of really close to the beginning of Roman history. We're checking the vote, and currently, people are not voting to revote the vote, so which is okay. You don't have to. This is a democracy stream. You can vote how you want. Alright, so we have... if we're going to start building in Constantine, though, I think we are going to want to use decrees a little bit. There's so many modifiers that change your ability to form cultural communities, and one is like, if you're using violent suppression, it's like half as likely. If they already have a ton of cultural communities, it's less likely. But this is going to give us, effectively, 16% state construction efficiency there, while we have this going down. Oop, actually, let's... what are we doing? We're floating bureaucracy to pass laws easier, and then we're not passing a law. Terrible. I mean, we could become a technocracy or an oligarchy. This would make sense to us. We can't do it while the Boyo is still alive, while the Boy Wonder is still alive. And the Boy Wonder is no longer happy with us. Alas. Yeah, so maybe we need to work to get a different guy in power. We weren't able to exile... We couldn't exile the leader of the armed forces, unfortunately, because too similar. Unless we can abdicate. I don't think we can abdicate. I think our guy's too young. Oh, he's not. What's this guy? This guy's a moderate. So maybe we can abdicate the throne. And then, after abdicating the throne, then we will be able to exile the armed forces guy. And if we exile the armed forces guy, we will get the Republican that will allow us to maybe try and think parliamentary republic. The thing is, this guy is just too powerful. I think we'd rather try and get a jingoist landowner or something. Or re-roll out of our Democrat. Really what we want, though, like more than anything, is reforming the economy off of serfdom and traditionalism, so we would want a market liberal landowner. And can we go corn laws feasibly? Whose market are we in? We're in our own market. Okay, so conceivably we can go corn laws. It looks like we tried to go corn laws. Looks like we weren't able to. So we have sell orders from sub farms. We have a ton of wheat farms and subsistence. Yeah, okay. So, and then we have qual problems because of serfdom. Yeah, everything just goes around in circles. I think we'll gain the progress on empiricism. Technically, voting is voting no on the remote is anti-Carthage. This is true. I'm a minister of public enlightenment on the street. I didn't play for a while. Does migration work now? Yes. The patch is healed after 1.6.2 for the most part. It's a little bit slower. So this part they're still working on, but also they're working on 1.7, so yeah. He's playing as Africa, the Roman province that our hero Scivius Chadfricanus as civilized. You know, I'll tolerate calling Scipio a good general, because he was the guy who beat Hannibal. But what I will not tolerate is referring to Hannibal as the guy who lost to Scipio. I read Scipio found Carthage too bland that he salted the grounds. Okay, we're banning Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. We're banning the Pinkerton. The truth hurts. Or actually, we're timing... Oh, the problem is I don't know how to time people out on Twitch, and I don't want to... If I'm meme banning someone, I don't want to... Oh, timeouts? Timeout, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. We're timing you out on the Twitch. The timeout's auto 10 minutes? Alright. The Pinkerton has been Pinkertoned. Justice to the stream. In fact, Imperator Rome is a shitty game, says Magua. We were having a little bit of trouble with the UI and such. By the time our naval invasion got here, we finished our things, so that's really nice. By our thing, I mean our boat. So we have 3 boats, but one of the boat has 11 guys. One of the boat has 9 guys. One has 173, but it counts as full for a naval invasion. Uh-oh. We'll turn on chocolate and liquor. I think we can grind them out here, but literally 1984, basically. The chatters on Twitch are dropping like flies. Before there were 2, now there's just 1. This is, the pro-Carthage propaganda is in full swing. Okay, it looks like there is a revote the vote. So it's the time for the Victoria 3 people to crush the Imperator's Rome people's spirits. Start a poll. Do we swap to Imperator Rome? And we are going to do 2 options for Victoria 3. Both will be considered an endorsement of Victoria 3, just to be clear. But whichever one wins, this will be the Victoria 3 run now. And then... So in order for Imperator Rome Carthage to win, they have to get more than 50% of the total votes. But it is revoting time. My favorite part was when he said it's revoting time and revoted all over the place. Yeah. Hey man, first catching live. Been a sub for a while. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. Your videos have really helped your Vicky 3 game. You're welcome. Or you say thank you and then I say you're welcome. Don't buy IR, you can't play Norway in it. Not with that attitude. Minute of silence for our brother. Land of the... Brother slated the land, bro. We get someone talking in Latin. I think I'll allow it. Revote is illegitimate. The revote do be voting. Feels bad, man. Our army really just got clapped like that. So, I mean, we can... We could do this, combined with this, to get a little bit of extra juice. Oh wait, not here. I think we see what the next battle looks like first, because we will suffer a bigger malice for it, but I think that's fine. We're losing power rank. We need one more prestige. God, the truth hurts. Why did we want to port again? And we need democracy. We need more voting on stuff. Okay. Let's have a bit of a think here. We could go religious schools right now, right? Yeah, I think we do that. No, we don't have the technology. No. Oh, we need serfdom to be gone. Frick, man. Serfdom's so rough. Okay. Yeah, we were bolstering these guys. Let's bolster these guys too. We're bolstering the Industrialists because you cannot roll a market liberal guy. Unless the things be thingin'. You cannot roll a market liberal guy unless you have a demarginalized industrialist, so I guess we're just gonna chill for now. The guy speaking Latin said that Carthage should be destroyed. Did he now? All out at once. Actually, maybe I won't allow it. We're gonna time him out. We're gonna time him out for 1 minute. Plus 2 million radicals. Imperator on top. Imperator needs 50% to win, though. Otherwise, we're going to do Victoria 3, but the Victoria 3 is a sub-vote. Imperator needs 50%. If you guys want to swap to Imperator, Rome. If you guys don't, vote for one of the Victoria 3s. You mean South Iceland? Calling Ireland South Iceland is wild. What is like so wild to me is, okay, we might do a little pause for like a story time thing. We'll talk a little bit about Iceland. Oop, thank you for the follow, Ireland. Not sure how to pronounce that. But here, I just want to show you guys. Okay, I want to show you guys this. So, strongman competitions, for those of you who don't know, are competitions that test how strong men are. And strongman champions, let's look it up. Every winner of the World's Strongest Man. We're going to take a look at the World's Strongest Man winners. Let's pull up the Wikipedia. Alright. Story time, or at least talking about Iceland for a second. Okay, so World's Strongest Man, they lift stuff, they roll stuff, they pull stuff, etc. It's for big, strong people. Thank you, LSDS 12107 for the follow. You know, there's some history here, but we're going to take a look at the winners of World's Strongest Man. For those of you who don't know, the population of Iceland is roughly 300,000. Of the winners of World's Strongest Man, of which there's maybe 15 to 20, it's been going for 50 years, but a lot of people win multiple times, like Bill Kazmaier. You could tell I've clicked on Bill Kazmaier before. Bill Kazmaier was one of my huge inspirations in strength sports, at least early on. But if we take a look at the winners, we will find that of these 20 guys who come from an island where there's only about 300,000 people, there are 3 people from Iceland who have won World's Strongest Man, and that's with names like John Paul Sigmarsson. John Paul Sigmarsson, for those of you who don't know, is a little bit famous for his quote, "There's no reason to be alive if you can't do deadlift." He died deadlifting. And then there's Magnus von Magnusson, who won 4 times. John Paul Sigmarsson won 4 times as well. And then finally, there is the one that everyone is more likely to recognize, Hafthor Bjornsson, who played the Mountain in Game of Thrones, who won 1 year before he decided to switch to boxing. He kind of didn't do well in a follow-up year, so he's kind of gone out. But he won a bunch of second and third places back here. But on like a per capita basis, Iceland is by far the world's strongest area. Because for every, like, 1 in 100,000 people, we have one world's strongest man winner. Now, that's an oversimplification because it's multi-generational, so that's not actually, like, a fair interpretation of the math, but that is the thing. Yeah. What's with the flag? You have no idea about Imperator Rome other than a very bad reviews. The truth hurts. The Virgin Roman Empire lovers stood no chance against the Chat Rome Republic lovers, which defeated Carthage. The truth hurts too soon. Oh, Pujanowski? Yeah. Pujanowski was, like, wild. He was, he's Polish, right? And then he, like, got into MMA afterwards. And the thing about these guys is they are so freaking big. So, like, on the, like, small side, they're, like, 150 kilos, 330 pounds. So they're way too big to fight in the UFC. And so, Pujanowski, one's world's strongest man, he probably weighs, like, high in the 300-pound range. And he, let's... God, the truth hurts. They conscripted up to, like, a really high level. I'm not sure if we could actually land them now. Do we have another place that we can build a boat that's not in one of our 2 provinces? No, we don't. Yikes. But Pujanowski, like, was fighting in, like, the super heavyweight MMA stuff, like, weighing in at, like, 350 pounds. We doped before it was cool. Yeah, well, but all the world's strongest man people are, like, on a ton of gear. No one's getting to 440 pounds with a visible six-pack without some gear. Like, that's not a thing. So maybe we conscript up here. It's a little bit of a yikesy, dude. I mean, they're not at... We could stick in this war for a while, I guess, if we wanted, but it's gonna be a little bit rough. Oh my god, we're losing so much money. We have to delete construction sectors. No, it's our least favorite thing to do. Ugh. Maybe I should have just deleted the one and let it fully adjust. It still looks like we're still getting 29 out of 19 construction. But, like, you can't deficit spend a reasonable reason to swap over to Carthage. It looks like Victoria 3 is winning the poll. Crushing, even. He died doing what he loved, basically. They also donated large amounts of salts. The Romans were civilized and altruistic people, unlike the Punics, who were carried by Chadnable. I think I'll allow it, because you called him Chadnable. Wait, why did that insta-fail? Bro, our guys just got eviscerated? No, that's not ideal. So we could either stick in this war or, like, peace out. To be fair, like, we didn't think that, yeah. Huh. I forgot Mascara was a subject. Maybe we're just supposed to peace out here. I don't think we can land this. Certainly not with this attitude, can we? Do you compete in Strongman? I do not, but I am generally interested in strength sports. I mean, I do some stuff in strength sports. I could put 200 pounds over my head with one arm. Zadrunas is a monster, though? Yeah. Zadrunas is, like, usually in the GOAT competition. Like, in terms of Strongman. I kind of think it's Kazmaier, because they banned him from competing after he won 3 times in a row. And then he came back, like, 7 years later after he was not really Kazmaier anymore and still got second place, so... Yeah. But the population is super small and they just, like, absolutely crush, like, a world event. And it's not like there's a lot of people in the US who are interested in strongman. Like, US does very good in strength sports. Not weightlifting, like the Olympic strength sports, but in the other strength sports, they do very, very good. X-Ducks, thank you for the follow. It's historic because of the Danish influence. I don't know if it's the Danish influence. I think their blood's a little bit different. I think the average height in Iceland is like 5'11" or something for men. Unite Ireland and form Iberia on Imperator for St. Paddy's. If we're playing Imperator, we're only playing Carthage. You know, I'm getting weird vibes for the construction queue when private queue investment is on. Am I tripping? What do you mean by weird vibes? Did they somehow rebug it? No shot. No shot it's been rebugged. The rebuggeting. Paid if it's rebugged. Someone says Pujinin. Yeah, Pujinowski. Can't wait for Generalist to play a real game like Imperator, says Rationalist. What's up, Rationalist? Laws may influence what the investor pool is actually funding. I haven't seen exactly how this one works. The Great Salt Donation. We need it. Iodized salt is important for your health. Yeah, salt is delicious. I have a feeling you're talking about a different type of salting, which I'm not sure I appreciate. For those of you who don't know, when Rome sacked Carthage, they salted the earth around it so that nothing would ever grow again. So if you're building something that can't be funded by your laws, you're the one who's paying for everything. That's kind of how it works for it, yeah. And she said you are the salt of the earth, but the salt loses its flavor, and how should it be seasoned? Not sure that's a quote. Not sure that's a quote. We are revoting the vote. I think that... Yeah, we're just going to keep that revote around. Will you ally with Morocco? We eventually want to subjugate Morocco, but this is not quite an option yet. Now, we raised 2 conscripts. Why are our conscripts not raised? We're already conscripted. These guys are taking forever to recruit back up. You know what? Maybe we started this war not having enough guys in this army to begin with. Let's try again here. Maybe. So let's get 2 irregulars. Let's get this guy. Let's confirm that. So that's a new squad. And then... let's try that, maybe. And then... add a little bit. Here and here. And then we'll mobilize and raise conscripts. And maybe we can get this done. We're making a little bit of money now, which is perfect. Oh, we could also tax. Yeah, if we're starting to pay for construction, let's start actually taxing. We can tax liquor. I think we don't want to tax that. We can tax wine. I think we're fine taxing wine. So let's erase our debt and rebuild a construction sector. France, what's going on, bud? This is actually pretty bad because we had good relations with France, so they can't deck us, and now this looks like going to be a problem. CrossFit become huge in Iceland. You guys, various Northern Europeans, you're all the same to most everyone else. Play nice, please. So Iceland has the won CrossFit Championship 4 times on the women's side. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think that like the people, I think that like there's like a difference in proportion of fast twitch versus slow twitch muscle fibers or something. Like it's or like if you think the cultural difference between 300,000 like people and like 300 million, it's the cultural difference that allows Iceland to outperform like the USA in some of these things. Actually, they don't quite outperform the USA in World's Strongest Man, but like that's a huge difference. Also, don't see the point in conscripts. Help you understand more, please. Wait, what? They let you do the things. They got the juice. Yeah, it looks like we have armies that were never fully recovered, so... Our mistake was actually just not conquering Nejd. This is what we should have done. That way we would be able to go after Jabal Shamar. But conscripts are... It just lets you get more guys. I don't know why this is like appearing to not conscript up, but in either of these places, but the idea is just getting more guys. It's curious how like the new army will do a lot better at getting the guys into the thing than like these are the new armies, or that's the one's not new, but this is a new one. But it's not going to be enough to land Brunei, so maybe we're just supposed to stop going to war. Damn, Ukraine is losing ground every single day now. Yeah, feels bad, man. If only they had more ammunition. If only there was a country that wasn't tying it to like an enormous amount of like ammunition and aid. What they weren't, if only they weren't tying it to some stupid immigration bill, and like they actually like bifurcated the various interests, or like separated the various interests that they had, like a legislature should. If only that were the case. It's crazy. U.S. is pretty dominant, yeah, but it's with 1,000 times as many people, yeah. On a per capita basis, Iceland appears to be the best at strength sports. Or this is my perspective. It looks like continuing as Tunis is winning, so we're going to continue as Tunis. We're going to leave the vote up, and maybe one day Imperator will rise from the ashes, but perhaps this stream will be the death of Imperator on the streams. Never to be touched again. I think they want war reparations, so we're definitely going to be able to just wipe peace out. In fact, we could wipe peace out right now. Yeah, these guys just don't want to recruit back up. They don't want to do it. And then these guys can recruit up just fine. You know what it might be is that... Oh, it looks like our conscripts, our conscripted battalions, we got one now. Big nice. We maybe actually just stand this army down, to be honest. It's not against the rules. We'll do that. So now we have this other squad that is recruiting up, kind of. Why don't we... And then I think we're going to add another construction sector here in the capital. Although eventually we do want them over here. What are we researching? Are we researching Atmo? So do we trust ourselves? So here's the thing. We want to research this to 10k and then swap. But do we trust ourselves to make this swap in a timely fashion? I don't think we do. I've been missing this micro for a while, so we're gonna just swap to this. The goal, or the better way to do it, is to wait until this is at exactly 10k researched and then swap to lathe, and then you get the very most. But we're gonna do this and make the swap. It's close enough, and I'm tired of misplaying it, so. Doesn't the conscription edict help with recovering? Oh, I think you're right. I think you are correct. Too bad we can't use it. We don't have mandatory service. But I think, yeah, you are correct. US has credible intelligence that this wasn't empty threats from Russia when they were amassing the border on February 2022. Yeah, I mean, I think... I mean, from I thought that they were gonna invade, like... I think that, like, when they put a bunch of troops on the border, and then they're like, we're not gonna invade, we swear, you shouldn't trust them. Like, yeah. To be stronger, you need to eat a whole onion a day. It's a tradition among stronger athletes in Ukraine and the Balkans, Levant, and Maghreb regions, too. I'm uncertain about the onion eating, but... They informed Ukraine and their allies. Macron stepped in and tried to mediate. Putin said, no, we're going to invade, but we're not going to invade, but we are upset. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't trust what Putin says. Ever. This is mistake number 1. So the construction sectors we have might not be all the way employed up, to be honest. Okay, it looks like they are having tool problems. So this is employing back up. They tried to alpha strike and take Kiev with their paratroopers. Yeah. That didn't work out very well for them. But it looks like our new unit just recruits up very quickly, so we're just going to recruit a new batch of Curiousers and try it. The Republicans got the border bill they wanted. They voted against it because Trump wanted to run on the border problems. This is not cynicism, it's what they said, so no border bill would pass. Yeah. Well, like, right now they didn't... I don't think that's actually quite correct. I don't think they voted against it. I think, if my understanding is correct, which it might not be because I'm not following this issue, like, abundantly closely, because I am largely just kind of cynical about it, is that Johnson will not even let it go to the floor for a vote. So he's just blocking it from going to a vote. Because I think that a lot of Republicans don't want to have to vote against it. And if you just prevent it from going to the vote, then you don't have to vote against it, right? So, you know. USA has the means to stop the war at any point. I'm not sure if... I think that the means by which they stop the war at any point would be agreeable to everyone. I think that if they were to intervene and things just look apocalyptically bad for Russia, that Russia might deploy what is kind of euphemistically referred to as nuclear exchange, which is like, nuclear exchange sounds like, oh, it's a cultural exchange. It's like, the nuclear exchange is like the wildest like euphemism for cataclysm. We're just an exchanging of cultures here. Yeah. Poland has the means to stop the war. Wait, what? I don't know about that. Johnson won't vote on anything because if he crosses 4 Republicans, he loses his speakership. Yeah. Well, they passed the TikTok thing, right? But that's just because, like, my cynicism on that is the only reason that the TikTok ban thing gets passed, or was that the House or the Senate? I'm not sure which, but I think the only reason that the TikTok banning thing goes through is because the lobbying of the tech companies from the U.S. like just want to like kick on TikTok a little bit more than anything, and so this is why it's a sellout to corporate interests. Not saying that TikTok shouldn't get banned. I think that's like a separate discussion, but that it gets banned so effectively after like 3 days or whatever, and Congress is actually able to do something, is indicative of, in my mind, of like lobbying on the part of like people. Like Chuck Schumer, if I recall correctly, has 2 daughters, and like one of them works for and one of them lobbies for 2 of the major tech companies. That's just like an obvious conflict of interest. Like unambiguously an enormous conflict of interest. How much do we have saved up in our IP? Kind of a big amount, but not huge. I mean, we don't have anything better to do, so I think we're not going to end this war, but really would like Curiousers to... I think we also just need a bigger navy, too. But the navy is not gonna, it's not gonna get bigger because if we add ships, because this 394 needs to recruit out faster. Yeah. Republicans are torpedoing everything. They didn't torpedo the TikTok thing. The aid bill Ukraine has needed all the reforms on border control, first time in 4 years. Yep. This is, my understanding is that, and my understanding could be incorrect, is that the bill in the Senate was written by Republicans, it was passed in the Senate and then was sent to the House, and then the House won't put it on the floor, or Johnson. But from my POV, USA is using Ukraine as a machine to grind Russians. I think from the political perspective, you should just look at it as being people being politically opportunist more than anything else, rather than actually having like a coherent plan to just try and like gimp Russia over time. In terms of like what politicians are deciding, like you should think that their decisions are just kind of more politically oriented. Because a lot of Republicans are like now like kind of being like, maybe we shouldn't be helping Ukraine, which is like very much not the Republicans that I grew up with, that were generally very interventionist, and now they're isolationists. So a little bit of a wild kind of swap. One day we'll recruit up these maybe. It's not because of losing the speakership, it's because they want to make Biden look bad. Well, I trust that someone who has made it all the way to being speaker is generally pretty politically self-interested. Okay, our industrialists are up now. Our industrialists are up, which means it's possible for us to roll a market liberal landowner. Now, the thing is we do not have a lot of bureaucracy. Normally, when you engage in hyper-aggressive rolling, you're looking for someone... We wouldn't hate a Generalist, to be honest. So right now we are looking for generals, and we are hoping to... So the thing is, we just don't have the bureaucracy to support super aggressive rolling. Definitely want to recruit that guy over a landowner. Yeah, we can't afford this. Guys, it's such a shame. I think that one of these guys was traditionalist. Or we're gonna fire the landowner guy. Rake back a little bit of authority, but yeah, or bureaucracy, we just don't have enough bureaucracy to really make this work, I think. That's a goal, to not lose it. Yeah. Basically. Lathe gets unlocked. Atmo engine will soon follow. Now, we will also be able to swap everything to being capitalist owned. Or everything these being capitalist owned. Oh, I forgot we unlocked market squares. Not sure if we can make this swap ourselves. Qing market. Well, we have enough convoys, so let's do that. To be fair, we probably have way too many convoys. We're probably not supposed to pay for that many. We could do this and then import coal to pay for it. Because we can't produce coal on our own yet. British market, sure. But now, with the industrialists demarginalized... Oh, we have a pacifist now as our guy. Not what we want. Also, it means we're not going to re-roll a new thing. It doesn't mean we could swap to oligarchy if we wanted. I don't think we want to. But we can go pro-army very easy now with the pacifist, because he won't oppose it. So this is going to be nice. Problem with government is that they aren't really incentivized to be efficient. Because they're just using tax money, not generated money. If you work in gov, you know. This is one problem. Also, like, they're incentivized. The problem is they're incentivized to get reelected and do, like, this type of thing rather than actually, like, solving problems. I think we maybe just let go of this Brunei dream, to be honest. Kind of sucks. I don't think we're landing them, though. I don't think this is working for us, so we're just gonna propose a white piece. A little bit rough. A little bit rough. But now we can actually reduce autonomy on some guys, which is going to be useful. and is going to give us a little bit of infamy. Mascara will not accept. Bahrain will probably accept. Yeah, they will. Jesus Christ, Egypt, calm down. Holy shit. And look, they're crushing the Ottomans. This is the best I've ever seen Egypt do ever. Okay, if we were to reduce autonomy on them, who's gonna join? Spain. Yeah, there's no shot we beat that, so we'll just try to keep improving relations with them and try and do it like that. We'll be able to reduce autonomy on Nejd soon, and then we will be able to just go after Jabal Shamar. And so I think that that's a decent plan. I think we're fine letting the investment pool drain out here, and them build kind of other stuff. I think we would like, though. Yeah, let's switch this to citrus. Of course, going to switch this to sawmills. Yikes. Ugh. Ugh. How dare we not do the PMs properly? I mean, we could get the Industrialists in just fine. We don't need them for the passing the thing immediately. We can't go colonial affairs into a pacifist. Oh, look at this. Looky, looky. Plus 12% grain. It's on export prioritization. Can we just hit 25? We have a ton of interests everywhere, so this means we can ship to a whole bunch of people. And we just need for a moment to be over 25 in order to proc corn laws. But then we can kind of do everything, huh? So, let's see. That is over 25%. If anyone could show me the math, that is in fact over 25. We get core laws, and then we delete the trade routes. But if we use the logic about nuclear weapons, then everyone should have one to have peace. Yeah, but then, like, you don't want a crazy person to hold the world hostage and start attacking their neighbors belligerently as a result of having a nuclear weapon and then being able to saber rattle about it. What's the best start for the USA? Which army composition should I use? What should I be building at the beginning? Almost everyone, you should be building wood at the beginning, at the very start. Now we just have to ban all the social medias. All of the social medias, go back to the good old days. I think that the social media should be regulated, but I actually don't have a suggestion for directly how it should be regulated, so it's a little bit rough. Steve Mnuchin immediately started gathering investors to buy TikTok. Yeah. Other social media companies do the same thing that TikTok does. Other social media companies don't sell... I don't think they... Well, maybe they sell data to the Chinese government. I think that was the explicit thing. To be fair, the only reason I'm not on TikTok is because I don't like how the Chinese government can just kind of seize control of all the data if they want to, is my understanding. Where are we from, Generalist? We're from Southern California. I almost said South Africa for some reason. It's too much invading of South Africa, which would have been wild. TikTok is owned by a hostile nation, though. That's the difference. I don't like what Amazon, Facebook, Insta do. They aren't owned or reporting to the PRC. And also, just because TikTok should get broken up or should get a finger wagged at them doesn't mean that it not logically entails that this shouldn't happen to Facebook and the like. But the reason that it happens to them is because of this the reason that TikTok gets enforced on, let's say, using Victoria 3 speak, is because there's corporate interests that would love to see TikTok fail in the United States. That's how I'm calling the congressmen corporate sellouts, because there's a bunch of stuff people want to see that Congress won't pass, pulling money out of politics. 80% of people support overturning Citizens United or some figure like that. But they don't they're not going to be oh, we're going to vote to give ourselves less money unless you hold their feet to the fire. Or this is my perspective on it. I think we will maybe start another Constantine. And I think we could go back to not bolstering these guys anymore. Yeah, I think they'll survive if we don't bolster them. With the idea being our float will allow us to pass the laws faster. To be fair, now that we've got corn laws, we can kind of do anything we want. Did Egypt take land from Persia? Yeah, Egypt's wiling out this run. There's incompetence and corruption hampering the political process. Yeah. Well, like, the thing is, they're incentivized to get reelected. They're not incentivized to actually be effective public servants. Like, which is, like... sucks. 5 years. I think we're kind of okay with that, to be honest. Trying to get professional army through... Actually, no, we shouldn't have done that, because I think we won't even pass professional army. Carthage and Imperator Carthage are so close. Oh, let's check the poll. Oh, they're close, but it's a matter of... Imperator Carthage needs 50% for us to swap to it. But I suppose if St. Patty's starts winning, we can swap. People love to punch up. They do. People love to punch up. I think people love to punch down. Wait, what? You know, us Europeans throw a lot of shade at America. I think it's understandable if y'all go a bit isolationist. I mean, I think that, yeah, I'm not a fan of fingering pies and then going home and being like, we don't want to interfere in international politics. Like, I think if you're setting up a world where you're highly involved and then you just like stop it, like, I don't know. Feels like there's a little bit of picking and choosing when we get highly involved that is oriented by like money more so than like some sort of integrity. Which doesn't mean the US never gets it right or like is like always on like, I'm not trying to say they're like evil, it's just like, yeah. The money seems to be a primary motivator more so than necessarily like democratic values or something like this when it comes to oscillating between being interventionist and not. The most insane person rules? I hope not. People are terrified of Iran getting nukes mainly because they're insane. Yeah, I would not want Iran to get nukes. Egypt took Oman too? Yeah. As some Austrians I talked to IRL are low-key terrified that we're going to go back to NATO, that we're going to back out of NATO if Trump comes back. Time for Europe to be flaccid. Yeah, so I think the chance is non-zero. I think that would be absolutely insane. Time for Europe to not be flaccid with their own militaries. I think the USA should, like, draw back to, like, 2% NATO investment. Or, military investment. And spend their money elsewhere. But it's definitely a concern. I don't want Trump to... I think if Trump wins, he tries to pull out of NATO. I'm not sure if he's successful, but I think he tries. Okay, we should be able to land some of these other guys, right? Maybe we do this. Portugal might side against us. 2.7 infamy. You have 10 battalions? What are you doing with 10 battalions in Sulu? The AI's changed so much how they play some of these things. They just get... Look at all these guys. These guys are so caked up now. They're not like the soft, like, underbelly they used to be. They actually, like, are like, we're gonna defend our island. We could go after Bhutan. We could go after Bhutan just for the purpose of actually getting a native interest there. Dutch East India is likely to side against us. I don't think they could do anything to us, though. I don't think they land us. God. So silly. Bhutan's like... It would literally just be to have a native interest there. Austria isn't in NATO? Austrians are not in NATO. Austrians aren't in NATO? Wait, what? Okay. Interesting. Oh wow, we're falling behind on the chat. Luckily, we're playing a country that doesn't revolve a lot of clicking. Imagine being terrified because you don't pay the agreement you agreed to. Yikes, Europe, says Ronald Turner. I think it's a little bit more, complicated than that, but like the thing to do is to have discussions about monetary commitments behind closed doors and air it out in public, because airing it out in public makes it look like the alliance is like disunified, right? So like you don't want to like if okay, so like let's say we want Trump to lean on, because it was Trump who leaned on NATO, lean on people to pay the 2%. He should do that behind closed doors, like more so than like out in public, because it's like a green flag to like attack NATO members, which is like kind of what I think he's doing a little bit. So where do we have, all right, maybe we do one of these, and Glassworks. Actually, if we do Glassworks, the other thing will take care of itself. It'll get auto-queued. Yours represents the uber dog in NATO's posturing capabilities. Yeah, it's like structured around the U.S. I don't know how, like NATO without the U.S. is like weird to think about. Eastern European countries are the only ones actually paying the required amount for defense on their like most of Western Europe. Yeah. Austria has no enemies because all their neighbors are in NATO. Yeah. NATO's in USA, they contribute the most. I mean, I think that's an oversimplification. Because the USA doesn't get to pick who gets into NATO. There's like states that the USA wants in NATO that don't necessarily get into NATO. Like Erdogan blocked, I think it was Sweden getting into NATO for a while. Absolute values matter, not percentage. I think percentage matters. Well, I guess it depends what you mean by matters. On average, it's like 2%, even if 1/3 is under 2%. Yeah, but I believe the alliance says you have to commit 2%. Must be on the Caesarean throne of Egypt. Yeah. Putin would never attack NATO if USA was at peace. I wouldn't put it entirely like beyond, like as something that's like impossible to happen. Like, Putin, I think, is also, like, misinformed by a bunch of, like, yes men around him. If he thought he could get away with, like, attacking Poland, I think he would. Pork barrel democratic oligarchy is the USA's current status. Yeah, there's definitely elements of truth in that. Behind any of the blustering of propaganda or emotions, Ukraine is a core strategic interest to the U.S., and ultimately Russia will win. Russia does not see this as a core interest fight. Wait, what? Does see it. Okay, yeah. I don't know. I think it depends. I don't know. I wish there was more political will. I think that also, like, a lot of the, like, it's like so wild to me to see like the people, so many people who were like around when the Cold War was around. Not that Russia versus USA, like Cold War is like revived or anything like that on like an exact basis, but to see them being like so isolationist, like relative to like how these people were like during the Cold War. So we passed our law. Still waiting for the corn laws to proc our boy. Still waiting for corn laws to proc our boy. I guess we could just wait and bolster the Industrialists while we wait, and the Intelligentsia. Maybe fine. Yeah, I'm not thrilled about Turkey being in NATO. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Erdogan, but in terms of strategic interests against Russia, which is what NATO's like, it's about Russia, right? Russia actually, if I recall correctly, Russia petitioned to be in NATO kind of as a troll, and then they were like, nah. But like this strait is like pretty important for, you know, curbing Russian power, right? Amazing Noob says, I don't want to send $1 billion to Ukraine or Israel. I don't want to send $1 billion, but that's because I want to send more. I don't know, like, if you're spending money on military, and one of the people you are currently, you care, or you are afraid of fighting, is currently involved in a hot war with someone else, it's like, bro, just send them the bag. Speaking mainly about Ukraine here, I think the U.S. should maybe, like, have a word with Israel regarding how its resources it's sending to Israel are being spent. They should spend that money on the American people. Yeah, but I think if you're going to spend money on military, you should, like, if you want to argue about how much the military budget should be, that's, like, a different question than, like, if money from the military budget should be, like, allocated to actually, like, helping someone who is, like, fighting one of our strategic threats. You know what I mean? We'll go mech tools here, baby. And now, we can switch all the mines we have, which, to be fair, is not a tremendous amount. It's 2. On an Atmo engine. We'll put this on auto-expand. Yeah, the friggin' mappy from the traditionalism is just, like, killing us. Killing us smalls. Yeah. Germany's remilitarizing because the US is being flaky about supporting NATO. Yeah, I think that part's great. I think they're above the percentage now. Why are we hemorrhaging so much money? Okay. What if we pause all? Don't really want to delete a construction sector. Really don't want to. We really have to rein in the amount of interest we're paying though. You know what we do, I think? I think we get rid of. I think it's time to go tax mode. Because we really need more construction. And the only way you get more construction is by paying for it, unfortunately. We're going to look to clear this out and then resume construction. Maybe we actually... No, actually, let's resume this. Let's finish this and then let the auto queue take over. Revote when? It hasn't... We're in the process of the revote. Victoria 3 Carthage is winning. If ever Imperator Carthage pulls at over 50%, we'll swap. I guess we could renew the vote. Do people want to renew the vote? I guess I have to get through some of this chat. People are talking about a lot of the things. USA, NATO is basically full bankroll Ukraine, though. Without it, they'd collapse in a couple weeks. 100%. But, like, war if it's profitable for the military-industrial complex, also true. But just because it's profitable doesn't mean you shouldn't be doing something. But, yeah, that is a bit of a thing. Thank you, Contempt, for the follow. But, yeah, they would collapse without assistance, but, like... If you're... So, like, what's the U.S.'s military for, exactly? Like, there's, like, kind of 2 major strategic enemies to the USA. Like, in terms of people who are, like, belligerent and attacking, like, people and, like, meddling and, like, actually starting hot conflicts. And that's, like, Iran, you know, through their proxies. And Russia, who's just full-on invading Ukraine. And then, to a lesser extent, people are concerned about China, but China's not invading people at this point. But, like, you can still consider it, like, a security threat, but, like, and reasonably should, because, you know, they're eyeballing it. But they're currently not, like, belligerent in that way. And so, like, the notion that you don't want to send the person who you're concerned about, like, you don't want to send military aid to fight that person is, like, wild. Germany will never attack Russia, I agree. Or I wouldn't say never, but, like, not in my lifetime. I think it's unlikely. Keeping Europe militarily dependent on the U.S. is the whole goal of the U.S. strategy in Europe. Complaining about it, I don't know if it's the strategy. I think it's a consequence of like the U.S. of the people who are like in this alliance having by far the biggest economy. Yeah, U.S. is hegemon. We're gonna skip through some of the chat, or we're gonna kind of move through the chat at a little bit of a faster pace here in order to catch up. Because people do be vibing about the politics. If Western Europe wants to be serious, each respectively needs to modernize and get real with their respective militaries. They are. Like, the Russia invading Ukraine was like a huge wake-up call. Like, Europe is actually like moving the pieces in a big way, or has been over the past couple of years. And like, they need some like credit on that. Like, I think they're trying to standardize their arsenals as well, so that like you can have like a factory in France producing all the ammo, let's say, or huge amounts of ammo that get distributed, and then like someone else produces like the artillery or whatever, which for France it's like less of a thing, but like for really small countries this can allow them to just only have to produce one thing and supply like the entire like standardized, or I was reading something about standardization being a thing. Please, more of these events. Erdogan and Orban blocked Finland and Sweden. Yeah. Erdogan because he wanted F-35s. I think Erdogan wanted like, didn't he have like an election thing coming up, and he wanted like the appearance of concessions so that he could like go back to his people and be like, look at me, I'm so good. Yeah. Has less than 100, England, for example, has less than 100 modern tanks. To be fair, like, tanks are seemingly less important in light of what's going on in Ukraine. It seems mainly artillery and drone-based warfare. And most EU nations have rather boutique-level armies. That's fair enough. Turkey hates Kurds? Yeah, this is true. But also, yeah, I don't know enough about Turkey and Kurd situation. Alright, we're gonna cruise through some of this and get more up to date. Thanks, really wanted to listen about the death of my people being used as a chess piece when I cleaned on the stream. I'm sorry to hear that, Shady Gamer. I don't know exactly which people you're referring to. By the way, thanks for supporting Ukraine. You're very welcome. Yeah, I'm not trying to make light of what's going on in Ukraine in regards to, like, people being used as a chess piece. But I am suggesting that, like, in terms of, like, national security for the USA, like, it doesn't make sense to not support Ukraine, is the point I'm trying to make. Or maybe you're talking to someone in chat. Our kingdom for our freaking, our boy. Can we get into Gaza maybe? No, they got 16. Oh, we need more dirt so that we can actually recruit up more guys. We probably shouldn't do that right now. We should just let the auto queue take over and just build the stuff. Yeah. For the most part, at least. We're like in desperate need of money. I mean, maybe we could like cheese the Netherlands for war reps or something. Just land Guyana and war reps. And then just defend. Bro, I guess we just cheese. It's cheesing time. I want this run to be a little bit stronger, so we don't necessarily have to do every cheese available, but there are many cheeses like it, and this one is a cheese. So we'll try and take Guyana and go for war reps on the Netherlands, or we'll see what that looks like. Ukraine's problem right now, more than material, is the fact that they're getting into a massive manpower hole. They're having conscription. Well, I thought it was mainly an ammo problem, but literally send dudes meme. Oof. Yeah. they do that in regards to stepping in. Russia said that, and I think it's a real possibility of inviting World War III at that point. You know, the problem is Putin also likes to saber rattle a lot. It's actually a little bit, and this to some degree is probably intentional, it's a little bit difficult to evaluate what he's actually going to do. And it's like, yeah. I don't think there's any sort of political will in the United States for actually putting boots on the ground in Ukraine. I think that that's just, like, not gonna happen. They started it. This is true. Seems like it will be World War III because of Russia sooner or later. I think there's an element of truth in this. Also, you can argue that we're currently, like, involved in World War III. It's just a strange proxy World War III. Like, you know, Iran and Russia currently... Okay, Russia's invading Ukraine, Iran's providing aid, North Korea's providing aid to Russia. So we're, like, exhausting materials of, like, people who are enemies. And then, like, Iran's activating, like, what is it, the Houthis, like, here, they're cutting off, like, shipping lanes, so this, like, involves the entire globe to, like, some degree. I think the USA wouldn't like it if Germany and France militarized to a level that could rival it. What's the size of Germany's GDP relative to the US? I don't even think that's possible for them, like, even remotely in the sphere of... Fine with a minimum wage. Look at LA, New York City. Most urban cities, people can't afford rent, they can't find homes, considering spend millions on dollars on hostile buildings instead of homeless shelters. Yeah, but this has always been the status quo, spending this amount on military. It's just like there's actually a war going on. Like, I mean, you could talk about, like, wanting to bring down the military since always. Wait, then you say that Israel package would have fixed most of the problems? I'm not sure what you mean. Problems in the U.S.? I think the blame is more 60 to 70% or 60-40 EU's fault. Historically, there's a boatload of evidence that we've long been working to turn Ukraine against Russia. Russia drew red lines. We crossed multiple times. I mean, I think that the narrative that Ukraine provoked Russia is just, like, nonsense. Like, there's a non-zero, like, element of truth in it, but, like, if you have a pie, and you are trying to shade out what percentage of blame belongs to what people for the invasion of Ukraine, the notion that EU, like, this 60-40, like, it's 60% the European Union's fault, and 40% the guy who's actually doing the invading's fault, I'm not with it. That's, like, wild. That's like she wore a red dress, so she was asking for it type of, like, yeah. Salary stagnates due to migration. Interesting. France doesn't care much about being above or under 2% as long as they have a nuclear deterrent. Yeah, Macron is kind of, like, mixing it up, though. But they could have also sent to Israel, could have fixed cities, that too, but, send money to, yeah, well, like, if Israel's, like, no U.S. president since, like, a Bush Senior has held, like, Israel's feet to the fire in regards to, like, how its money gets spent and, like, what Israel does and, like, this type of thing. Modena and Spain would side against us. Okay, but we wanted to see Dutch Guyana. USA, I guess we could save before this, but El Salvador, none of this matters. We'll go for Dutch Guyana and war reparations. Which actually, to be fair, the problem is going after this will brick our future. No. We could still future go for, like, France. We're gonna go for this. And the main point is they don't actually properly defend it. I think we don't conscript up any of those. Oh, we swapped off of, yeah, conscript-oriented thing. So let's do that. Let's add a bunch of cannon conscripts. And then we're also going to put in war reparations. Dutch. Dutch East Indies is also in this. That's actually a little spooky, to be honest. I think we just make one unit here. We land with the literal one stack, because I don't think we want to spare anyone. Put him on defense for when he comes back. But Germany's going backwards again. This Scholz party, the SPD asked them to freeze the war in Ukraine. We are completely defenseless, and SPD wants to stay away. Are you from Germany, Ergend? I mean, your name heavily implies that you are. That's unfortunate. That's like news to me that Germany's kind of moving back on the getting their military prepared front. They're cocky. You don't say. Who's this that wants to side? France? France? What do you want? Transfer states? Yeah, of course you do. The Kurds? Do you mean the Kurds? You say he's been helping out the Kurds to fight people for forever. And the Turks aren't a fan of that, yeah. Yeah, they have been a long-time ally, which is one of the reasons I think pulling out of Syria was crazy. Or pulling out the way we did. Like, at the very least, you, like, give them a warning. It's like, we didn't even tap him on the shoulder. We just blew it and then left. No shoulder tap. For April Fools, don't play TNO for troll. What? It's alright, the message being made in text, it sounded even more serious. I simply meant that it's sad that we, as humans, discuss these things as a grand strategy and not as reality. Yeah, but, like, it is sad, but, like, at the same time, being, like, if you want to, yeah. If you want to talk about, like, horrific things happening, right, there's, like, plenty of stuff that, like, doesn't ever get politically discussed or is not, like, strategically, like, hyper, like, so the people in Yemen have been getting bent over by Saudi for like 15 years or whatever, right? That's like not part of the public discourse at all in the USA because we supply weapons to the Saudis. Congo, like I think 7 million people now have been displaced, which is like an insanely large number. Like people are talking about Israel, like Palestine, and like the humanitarian like displacement of all these people and like the bombing and like okay, it's like. There's like a lot going wrong here, but like there's 2 million people in Gaza. 7 million people in the Congo have been displaced and are like there's like shit's going down. I think that like if I'm not mistaken, like there's some stuff in Sudan that's going on right now. I mean the Uyghur people are getting genocided. Yeah. It's like yeah. That it is like more relevant, I guess, to the like political discussion means that like it's one of the reasons why Ukraine is getting like a ton of aid rather than like some of these other places which are like not there's basically like zero systems. Germany's GDP is about 4 trillion. Interesting. And discussion is a good thing, but the reality is terrifying. Yeah, I mean I feel for you. Like, it's just like the like for a lot of people, saying something's tragic doesn't constitute an argument for intervening. I think in reality, global geopolitics, unfortunately, commonly sees smaller conflicts in countries at a very high level being used by great powers. Yeah, basically. The fact that it's like, if the exact same thing was happening in Ukraine and it was a civil war, like, the US would not be backing, like, one of the sides like they're backing Ukraine or something like this. Germany and France would need to spend 5 to 6% of their GDP in order to get on the level of the USA. I don't think they should have to do that, not in wartime. I think if there was wartime, it'd be a little bit different. Well, yeah. Let's double check that we have war reparations in there. Yeah, we do. I mean, we could make it primary, but that's just gonna... We're not gonna do that. Oh, I guess we could snake some of these, too. Hold the phone here. Hold the phone here. We could look to take Pontiac. Pontiac, I think, is the gold. Pontiac, Sambas. Banjar? What's this? Yeah. And we could go for Dutch East Indies war reps too. I think Banjar is the next one that we would want. And this is going to give us a ton of infamy to work with. And there's no, conquer state that we could reasonably take. Alright. So I think we're gonna need to do something like this. Oh, we don't need to recruit a guy. We have, like, 2 guys ready in the wings. And then let's also make another little tiny army. And again, we don't need to recruit another general. We can do this. Alright. To be fair, we might not be able to get in and enforce these, but I think we'll at least be able to enforce on the Netherlands. All this talk of cheese has made me hungry. People are acting like the Budapest memorandum didn't happen. That's the one where Ukraine had to give up its nukes, right? Let's have more Team Imperator up in here. I mean, you guys could vote, just so we're clear. And this is on the YouTube, which I think we linked to the chat before, but we could link it again for the Twitch people. If Imperator Rome picks up to getting 50%, we would swap to that. You cannot quantify people's life and GDP when they die at war. There are economists who do that exact thing. There are economists who, when calculating the value of aid, they calculate it exactly at, like, at values of people's lives. So you definitely can do it. Whether or not you want to say it's morally right is, like, a different thing, but... Yeah, this is gonna be a good war. This is such a cheesy war, but... private queue, please. Build something. Oh, you're drained. Jesus. That's not ideal. I think maybe we built too much military? It sucks because we need the military to do the expansion things. So we're gonna send the 5th. We're gonna keep the other one back for now and kind of see where the Navy ends up going. But we're gonna have to land all this stuff over here. The thing is we actually just can't get through the Dutch East Indies Navy if it's anywhere near. So maybe those were a mistake, but we could just enforce the other stuff and not the Dutch East Indies stuff. I mean, if we're going to be constructing literally nothing, it'd actually be better for us to just delete construction sectors, which kind of sucks. Maybe we overbuilt the universities as well. I think we have 2. We could delete some of these, turn on construction. Delete these, delete a construction sector maybe. Let's delete a construction sector. You're not employing up. Let's go pick some shovels. You employ up because you have more qualifications. Oh, you don't say. There's a need for iron. These employ up way faster if you're on picks and shovels because it's a qualifications problem. They're sending a 13 stack to navally land us. I think we can defend that, but okay, there is a defense over there. I'm not seeing anything over here, so let's send our 2 stack to go for Pontiac. Pontiac's probably the most important one. Although maybe we want to keep our navy to be able to re-land here if they land us. Our 1 stack, these guys should be able to come back and do that though. The idea that the EU is responsible for Russia invading Ukraine does seem to rob Ukrainians of their own agency of their own nation. Yeah. Yeah, that's like another whole like thing. We're not winning that? We have more defense? Guy? Mr. Guy? Alright, so we will not have these guys. We'll just send them back. And then we'll send these guys. Actually, maybe we're supposed to land. The thing is, we can land very quick if we can't bring a navy back quick. Yeah, we're gonna bring that navy back. We can't bring a navy back quick. We can re-land quick, so we'll just do this. This run might be interesting. I almost never seen any African nation other than Egypt. My game crashes on June 6th, 1951. Your run might be bricked if it always crashes on the same day. You could try reloading something way earlier that had happened, or you just like call it a run. Do you think Schumer was out of line for calling for Israeli elections? I don't have a very strong... I mean, okay. The strong opinion I have is that I dislike Schumer in general, but I am not a fan of Netanyahu. I think Netanyahu is a bit of a like totalitarian and a little bit of a thug. So I would not mind seeing someone other than Netanyahu in charge. But do I think he was out of line? I think the United States props up Israel both in terms of enormous amounts of aid and also in terms of international community by like vetoing stuff that denounces them. So I think the United States has a moral, whatever Israel does, I think the United States has like a moral obligation to account for. And so as a result, I think that the United States has like a bit of a say in like what goes on. Yeah. Did Generalist do a comparison of his 2 Maghreb runs yet? Of this one versus like when I played on release. I also don't think like that it's like abundant. Like I don't have a side in terms of like everyone's like either Israel or Palestine, and like I don't have like a side in that. Like I think that like the nationalistic on both sides, and like because both sides wants a nation of their own, but there's yeah. But like my side is not to pick a side, which makes everyone mad. What's your view regarding Cuba nukes crisis? I don't have a strong one on this. This isn't something I've researched. It's just like what I learned in school, which is that it was a thing. Like, I don't know, it was like a game of chicken to some extent, but like I don't have a strong or nuanced opinion on it. I don't see any fleet, so I think we just get in. I just see the Navy here. Oh wait, we have to actually fight the Pontiac army. No. We have not the technology for that. I forgot they won't consent to being landed. That might mean... Okay, so we might need to merge this guy here with this guy. and then land with an actually reasonably stack. So we're gonna send them away. I think we're gonna enforce on the Netherlands here, though. It looks like they can't get in on us, so... And maybe we can get in the Pontiac with the 1 stack, but if not, we'll switch to the 3 stack and go for Banjar, because Banjar looks bigger. Don't know where Dutch East Indies Navy is, but I guess they just don't care. So... I don't think it's Ukraine's fault, but the West probably to blame a lot, but that doesn't matter to me, and I'm from the West anyways. Ugh, yeah. I think the one to blame is Putin. Okay, that works, I guess. Are they not defending the HQ? What's going on with that? Alright, we're gonna set them on advanced front, just so we can push out this. Alright, actually, probably never successfully pushes this out, huh? That seems unlikely. Let's try having you just land somewhere else. We might have to get really creative in terms of how we make this work. Civil war in Ethiopia a couple years ago took more lives in 6 months than the entire Russia-Ukraine conflict. Yeah, so I was thinking of this, but I thought it was, yeah. What did the West do about it? Pretty much nothing. Ethiopia is not near Russia. This is the point I was trying to make earlier, where, like, there's, like, a lot of stuff going on, and that, like, it being geopolitically, like, highly relevant is, like, why... Like, it leads to, like, this detached sort of discussion, but, like, also that's, like, not necessarily... Where's... Oh, bro, I hate the fucking teleportation, man. It's so asinine. So they got teleported all the way back. Stupid. Because they got forced out, they got teleported back. This is like one of the changes in 1.6. So now they're back here. Pontianak. I apologize. I'm not even sure Germany's 5% spending in defense would achieve anything. Everything would be wasted in beer. Oof. Is the AI better this patch? It's a little bit. It's like marginal differences. Just wondering who is the couple on the Victory launch screen. I think it looks like Camille Demouz and the wife from the French Revolution. I have no idea. I just assumed it was not, like, a real person, but... Let's take a look. Victory Carthage is still crushing the polls, so I guess it's probably unlikely to be Imperator. Boats, says Donald Peterson. I agree. Totalitarian states have advantages in direct confrontation. I'm not sure I agree with that, but there's some element of truth in there. Frick, man, we need the money now. We need the money. Send us the bag, Netherlands. Quit messing about. Is it true that most people in the USA believe that Turks are Arab? I don't know, to be honest. It's a weird one. I have no idea. Great Britain wants to take on our debt. I think we're okay with that. Oh, it's only $1 million. We're gonna have an obligation. They could, like, force us to become a protectorate. Well, I think they have to force us in their customs union first. I think they can't do that. Yeah, okay. Let's do that. That seems fine. You actually lose pops in combat? Yeah. We're almost caught up on the chat. I apologize for not being caught up. I think we get in on Benjar, and then I think we just repeatedly try and land rather than actually push anything, so... But we can enforce on them. And they need to take a snippet of our dirt to do anything, and looks like they can't get in, so... No, not the Navy. Please don't stop our landings. This whole Trump campaign with Ukraine reminds me of World War II with Roosevelt campaign when he said if he wins, he will not send soldiers to Europe, and he still sends soldiers into Europe. Bro, I would bet. So I would bet money that Trump cuts off aid to Ukraine, and I would also bet money that he does not send soldiers, like at 1-to-1 odds. Like I'm pretty confident that doesn't happen. Could we just maybe get a market liberal person, please? Someone told me that they had a run where they just never got the market liberal. Maybe we have the same issue they had or whatever. Please don't come for us. Fleet from the Dutch East Indies. No! Leave us alone. We just want to take your subjects for free. We just want to take... Yeah, this might require creative micro here. Okay, we're not winning this, so we're just gonna cancel. We still have this. But I really am curious where these guys end up landing. So this is the fresh one. Etche. So we might need to pull navies and guys around. So we're gonna go to this HQ. Okay, so they are leaving. So we're gonna try and pull armies over here and then land over here. According to TASS, Russian press agency. Not sure I trust the TASS Russian trust agency. All right, we actually. I forgot. This is all one strategic region, so the Indonesia region's like hard to land, or we're not going to be able to land the mainland. We're not going to be able to land Dutch East India territory. Let's try Pontiac. Wait, why can these guys not land? Okay, they can. We're going to try them again. Putin wins the election by 87%. Who would have thought? Yeah, basically. Putin wins the election. My favorite part was when he said it's election in time, and electioned all over the place, except he didn't. I guess we do this. God, it feels so bad. Places can't deploy up, but we have some money now. And you also tried to make the claim that it speaks for all Jews in the world, which is problematic to say the least. It definitely is. But I suppose if there was one head of state who could claim it, it would be Netanyahu. But I also think that's very much not the case. There's a lot of like Jews that are like pro two-state solution, but the problem is like you can't have like a 30-year population just being hardliners. And the problem is like roughly a third of both Palestinians and Jews would be deeply dissatisfied with any concessions, and like any sort of like agreement would involve concessions from both sides regarding what they would like. It's like Trump saying he speaks for all Americans. It's almost like Americans saying that the leader of the free world thing. Okay, so now the Banjar troops are in pursuit. They are not defending. So we're just going to try and land Banjar here. Just going to move them about. You put your right foot in, you put your right foot out. You shake it all about, etc. Mostly etc. And so now maybe we can get into Banjar. For freezies, good dealsies, right? And we just keep doing this type of thing. And also the 33 stack is moving, so this means we could also land here. Which maybe this is the better place to land, because it would have bricked their landing. It would have been the better place to land. Looks like the Banjar troops have decided they want to go back. They want to defend. And I think now, maybe we're supposed to, now that Banjar is bricked, so I think their army can't operate anymore. I think we actually push this. And we delete the front because we can get there first and we have a rapid advancer and they don't. Why is it selecting the fleet like this? The fleet has mobilization options? That seems buggy. I didn't think fleets did. Am I missing something? Maybe I didn't get the memo. Yeah, we get it. We do it. One question, don't you have Transvaal and Orania have accepted cultures with cultural exclusion? No, they discriminate. Or do we have them with accepted, I don't think we have them with cultural exclusion. I think we have, like, the North Africa, like, kind of group. Too many people say they're anti-Israel rather than anti-Netanyahu, which dog whistles anti-Semitism to me. Is it dog whistling anti-Semitism? I think too many people are just not very informed in the USA. Though it's like wild to me how strong opinions people have in the USA as a result of like not having much information on Israel versus Palestine. It's like, I also, practically speaking, have no idea how, and it's a good thing we're coming back, because we might need the Navy. We might need to do some creative landing here. War reps can't be enforced, but this is a little bit close. I guess our troops have gotten beaten down quite a bit. That kind of sucks. What's the landing progress? Landing progress is 80%. Gross. Okay. We need the Navy back yesterday. The Navy's not back, though. Can we teleport them just by disbanding them? Can't be disbanded because of the Brewing Revolution. Gotcha. Gotcha, my guys. Alright, landowners don't super hate this. Let's do this. And the revolution should go away. Please go away. And then... please go away, revolution. This is kind of critical. It's kind of critical. We need you to go away so we can teleport our Navy back home. So now our Navy is teleported back home. So we will re-land with a 1 stack if they get in. Can you blame Western Europe for World War II as you can the Ukraine War? Appeasement has shown not to be the answer. Yeah, I think that the appeasement analogy is perfectly apt. Alright, so the landing will unfortunately get in, but it's not gonna matter too much because, you know what, to be honest, we might not even need the railways next. I don't think we're over on, or anywhere near over on infra, although technology is a long way out, right? I think we go for the mining one next, to be honest. Yeah, so they're gonna get in here. Oh no. Whatever will we do? Are we running polls for Vic 3 versus IR hourly until we get IR on top? We're gonna restart the poll, I think. We're gonna do a new poll, because this one's been going for a while. It doesn't necessarily reflect the viewers here. We swap. We're gonna put in a new poll, but if we're gonna be staying on the Carthage run for Victoria either way, because they were winning that poll. If you had to play any Hoey mod, what would it be? You'd pretty much only play Hoey modded. Millennium Dawn though, probably. Whereas East India's Navy? Sleeping. It's kind of wild. GG streams are more considerate of analysis of world politics than a lot of dedicated news outlets on YouTube. But the news outlets are incentivized to be more outrageous than to be, like, correct. And my takes are not, like, the lack of heat in my takes makes them, like, I want to say uninteresting. What's the word I'm looking for? The takes that aren't very hot are not controversial, or not, like, hyper-controversial, and they just, like, don't get as much attention. Tunisia's already been invaded by the Netherlands, but you got there. What do you mean we cannot re-land? If we can't re-land, that's a problem. Yeah, okay, we can re-land. Uh-oh. If they keep their Navy there, that's also a problem. That means we just lose. They don't. Okay, cool. Hitler declared war on America shortly after Pearl Harbor. Yeah. GG stands for Generalist Gaming. in some context. It stands for good game, but as long as people don't go in ad hominems, yeah, I will ban people if they start being super rude to each other. It's largely just sharing POV with all the toxic posturing like Reddit or social media, whatever. Name calling debates is stupid. Yeah. I think anyone who calls names in debates is of a particular type of character. Wait, why didn't this naval invasion work? The hell? You don't have a troop parked there. Did they change the rules for how this worked? You do not have to be defending against a naval invasion now? How does that work? What? Okay, let's try this, guys. These guys are a little less tired, I guess. Wild. This is definitely not what we signed up for. We signed up for the winning. Oh, the Navy was there but invisible. That's super cool. The Navy was there but invisible. Yeah, that's neat. I'm glad when that happens. The invisible Navy, shout out. I mean, it is whatever it is, right? They're going to be making a little bit of progress. I think we still win this. Landslide, 116 of votes for each one, basically. Just give Israel in Palestine to Namibia. It will solve all the problems. Is the single state solution, or one of them? Bro, they're actually doing the things. Okay, so we just lose? It's tragic. Oh, God. Pain. So painful. Bro, I thought we had this one. This is new. This is AI behavior that's not previously been demonstrated. Oh, life's so hard when you're playing Carthage. Putin victory speech. Okay, back in 80,000 BC when the Slavic tribes won the territory in the Finno-Korean hyperwar, basically. Nationalism started to spread in the 19th century, yeah. You always vote yes and yes no polls? Jesus. Do Hannibal proud with Imperator. Hannibal would not be proud of this. We were so close to doing this. Helldivers 2. I don't even own Helldivers 2. I think we have to cancel the naval invasion though, because we just lose to this. If we want a chance of something good happening, but are they just leaving as soon as we leave? Yeah, I mean, best case scenario we get a white piece, but I don't think that's happening. They get ticked below 0, so maybe. Is there any shot we could get Guyana? No. I think this is the last chance we have here, that the Navy just goes away. God, I hate that the Navy was invisible. That really sucks for us. It sucks super hard. Yeah, we just get enforced on. It was a cheeky war. I thought it was gonna work. That kind of sucks. The Dutch came to assault our land. I know, the truth hurts. Just trying to get this run picked up. God, that really sucks hard. We had all the war goals on the Netherlands. I thought we would be able to defend against the landing with this stack. That was kind of... irregulars are just way worse than line is the problem. I mean, we kind of could just do that war again in a few years, but it sucks that we have to pay out war reparations. It's not hugely expensive war reps, but feels bad, man. Feels super bad. God, that would have made such a huge difference if we had won that. It was so close. Who started the war? We started the war. It was a special military operation, basically. God, just the pain. Make it go away. Maybe we should have researched line infantry or something. It's not spreading to us. We like 100% stop them from landing if we have line infantry. Irregular versus line is the equivalent of bringing a spear to a knife fight. No, the irregulars have guns. When you look at the picture. Oh wait, no they don't. Just kidding. You're right. We're wrong. Yeah. Rip the dream. We gotta do this so it stays employed. Let's switch to Atmo though. And can we try and export iron? Or maybe we stop importing iron? Also, our auto queue did pick up a shipyard, so we can get rid of the shipyards. We can decrease autonomy in Najd. We can go for Jabal Shamar. Spain sides them, bro. I thought we were gonna be able to. I felt so smart when we teleported the Navy back. Man, that sucks. Was that ever winnable? I think that was. What did we do wrong though? If it was winnable, what went wrong? Because we got the war goal super quick. Yeah, maybe it's just not winnable. As Tunis, I always want to colonize North Africa, but Tunis doesn't have the pops for it. Yeah. Irregulars only can last as long as their little numbers can. Who's first, God, Big Bang, or Putin? We'll never know. Egypt has calmed down a little bit. I think they clapped the Ottomans, though, because they didn't lose anything. So that's also a thing. That's also a vibe. Our corn loss has also not given us a market liberal, which is, like, the saddest of sads. Oh, so, like, our run, like, this run would have, like, taken a nice, like, fat turn instead of just, like, being in Slowsville. And we're just continuing to be in Slowsville. We got refunded some of our infamy, though. I guess that's something. We just, like, we can't get anything going right now. Just pain. I guess we're only in 47, so it's not apocalyptic, but we've spent a lot on military without actually being able to make these ingresses, especially, like, these ingresses we normally make. Like, we failed to get Brunei as well. Because the AI just, like, builds up a ton of battalions now. Really, like, the AI behavior in regards to military has really kind of changed a lot in the last couple patches. Wow, you only have a 10 stack? Not that we can land it, but... I mean, maybe we're just supposed to research the other thing. Also, maybe we're not using we should be using the literacy edict or something. Yeah, we probably should. Let's actually... This is probably a mess. We should be using it here. Let's do that. You have a bonus here. Definitely want to kind of lean into that. I guess we want tooling workshops here too. Just, it's hard to afford everything. I mean, I guess we're kind of maybe supposed to juggle decrees, huh? I don't know, we have them in both. Rip. We can't violently suppress anymore. Rip. Are you close to accepting? No, you're not. Not close. Bro, is the gym channel still active? I'm still waiting for a video. I post a little bit. One of the problems, I've been having ankle problems. So I haven't gotten to the gym. And there's only so much home stuff I want to post. I'm probably going to post something soon, though. I actually thought about streaming, finishing kind of designing a program that I'm going to start not next week, but the following week, I think. Invade with one general or 4 generals? Oh yeah, maybe we could have invaded with more generals simultaneously. I've read that you could use one general, it could use all the boats. Or it could occupy all the guys. It seems that they might have made multi-landings work better again. They weren't working very well for a hot minute, but we also don't mind having poor laws. Poor laws is probably okay, so I don't think we have too much in the way of unemployed anyways. Yeah, we don't. Well, the industrialists are starting to actually be strong. So we could take a look at maybe trying to use them to get rid of serfdom. The problem is, okay, Tenet, Intelligentsia, Industrialists. These guys won't rev. Maybe this is just what we needed. How much worse is that? Pretty worse. To be fair, we also low-rolled tenant farmers repeatedly. Or not low-rolled, but like, we didn't high-roll. Research live cars? Probably. Why are you passing poor laws? Because people agitated for it. It's also not terrible. The institutions basically cost nothing with our current, like, population size. It gives us more approval overall. People will stop agitating for it. They'll agitate for something else. It decreases radicals by a big chunk, which is, like, not super important, but we did it initially. We initially started passing poor laws so we could teleport our navy back to make a rev go away. But it didn't matter because we failed to do the thing anyways. I think we take a save maybe and go for Jabal Shamar. But we just take their states. Actually, are we just decimated here? What are we looking at? 55 guys, 156. Might have to just calm down a little bit. 200 guys. The regulars just probably like all dead. Yeah, everyone's dead. We're not gonna start a new war. Just, yeah. Destiny calls you. Thank you for the follow. Yeah. Trade unions wanted it. The people wanted it. But yeah. We're experiencing some problems here in Carthage. But the most critical thing of the run is cutting off France, I think. And we've been successful in that, so there's at least some hope that we restore the glory of Carthage. Just this start's been like, the start is rough. I think we'll probably just wait until we get line infantry and maybe go for the Netherlands war again. It's pretty rough. Also, we're like accruing a ton of dependence. This isn't something I pay too much attention to, but our dependence proportion is like significantly worse than it otherwise normally would be. Because we're just losing a ton of people in war. How many peasants do we have? We have mostly, yeah, we have a big chunk of peasants, but I guess we could try an arbitrage. It's probably not worth the things. Let's see if there's anything we can do diplomatically. Kind of a rel. Mosquito Kingdom's a rel if we rival them. Shanti's a rel if we rival them. This is a better place to park our thing. We're just gonna sit and wait and have an interest there. Viva la Carthage. Salt Rome, sack Paris. This is the plan. We got 60 votes that are voting pretty heavily in the Victoria 3. It looks like the Victoria 3 boyos might win democracy today. Unless we wanted to go autocratic and just ignore them. This tooling workshop's gonna be so nice. I don't know if we swapped to steel tools at this point. We don't have steel production anywhere. We could import steel, but kind of like the loop that this provides. But I think that's actually probably not the issue. I think the issue is probably qualifications. Yeah, the issue is qualifications, but this tooltip, just an FYI, everyone, often lies. It says you have qualifications when you don't have enough. You just have like 1 or 2, and it's just not enough. Exploit wine. Thank God our autocue's got enough money to produce something. It's producing a furniture manufacturing. A modern conservative, hell yeah. Let's do it. Finally, thank God. Things are looking up, everyone. Grant leadership. Perfect. Now we have 66 to pass tenant farmers. Do we want tenant farmers, though, even now? I think we do want tenant farmers. I think tenant farmers is a little bit better, but we're going to be getting laissez-faire. Thank God. Isn't Mappy completely atrocious at this present moment? It is, so this means having the stuff in here and in here is really valuable, and trade sucks. Tark says bro's drinking straight from the piss jug. That is correct. If you're not recycling your piss, you're decycling your play. It's all about keeping the loop closed. You gotta keep the greatness contained. You can't let any of it go. Shout out to drinking piss. Piss is actually sterile. Like, if you wanted to drink it, there are a lot, like, worse things to, like... Like, if you get, like, a cut and you're out in the wild, pissing on it's not a bad idea, because piss is sterile. Like, the fact that, like, piss gets, like, okay, let's preface this. I'm not advocating piss drinking as something you should just, like, be doing. But I'm saying it's something you can do, and that the disgust that people feel towards that type of activity is not rooted in some kind of actual danger, but is just a general sort of disgust that people have towards bodily fluids. Drinking piss has great mappy, yes. Also, apparently, if you get stung by a jellyfish, pissing on it, like, makes the pain go away. Pretty big amount. Between the kidneys, bladder, and digestive systems and the piss jug, bro has a closed system. That's right. It's closed loop. No, piss being sterile is a myth. I would have to discuss that with my brother, who's a medical doctor, but I suppose we could just Google it, too. A rumor that your pee is sterile is, well, a rumor. Scientists have found that urine in healthy individuals naturally contains bacteria, so while so urine isn't quite as clean as myths have led us to believe. Bacteria is low, but still present. Okay, now we have popular science. Is urine actually sterile? All right, here. Let's take a look. Let's maybe go to the browser mode. We're gonna take a look. Is pee sterile? It's frequently shared at parties across social media. Urine is sterile. So you should drink it closed loop if you ever find yourself in a waterless pinch. But like many cocktail party factoids, this one is absolutely not true. Okay, urine ain't sterile. Friends, family, neither part of you. Microbes are an indelible part of our bodies and the world around us. Not even uterus or placenta, long, etc., etc. They contain long, complex, varied microcolonies, microbiomes. Okay. But it's apparent that many doctors are under the impression, my brother's a doctor and he's the one who told me this, that urine is sterile unless someone has a urinary tract infection. That's likely a holdover from the days when bacteria in the body was thought to be a negative thing. a source of infections as opposed to the complicated garden we now know to exist within us. It would be absurd to assume that a healthy urinary tract has no bacteria in it, given the abundance of microbes throughout our body. In fact, research indicates that replenishing the good bacteria found in the, can we say this on YouTube? Probably, vagina, can help you prevent or treat urinary tract infections, so that it seems that these friendly bacteria often traffic here. So even if urine was sterile at some point, you'd be better off believing it was teeming with microbacterial life by the time it finishes its journey to your toilet, or wherever you're putting it. Or wherever you are putting it. Indeed. Recent studies have indicated that bacteria are present, although the bacteria counts are lower in healthy urine than the pee of someone suffering from an infection. This seems intuitive. Okay, to recap, urine not sterile, but on the other hand, bacteria not inherently bad. Lots of folks drink their own urine for supposed health benefits, which for the record are totally unproven. This is an unreliable source of information. Others rely on urine during emergency situations out in the wilderness and still consume it for other more personal reasons. But it's not a great idea, even when you're healthy. Urine contains salt, which will dehydrate you. If you're drinking urine because you're dehydrated, the salt concentration will continue to increase every time it goes through your body. Shout out to piss. You're basically forcing your kidney to refilter substances avoided in order to keep you healthy, and it should go without saying this isn't a great idea. If it's a true emergency, drinking your own urine is probably okay for a day or two. Any longer, risk overtaxed kidneys, etc. But unless you're sweating, blah, 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 etc. Okay. Mostly etc. It's debunked. Should we swap back to... Okay, we gotta swap back to the game. Yeah. Shout out to piss. What did I join to, asks Eric Rain. We're talking about piss. Apparently it's not as sterile as I thought. I'll have to text my brother. Ask about it. I imagine that it's more sterile than, like, running water in the wild, but yeah. Okay. Yeah, so, but I have to imagine it's, so, I have to imagine at the very least it's more sterile, but I guess I don't 100% know. Oh, we'll offer free trade as a compromise to the landowners. Perfect. Not at all. It's a myth created from the joke that you should urinate on yourself if you're stung by a jellyfish. Fish doesn't help with jellyfish stings? It's a myth? Really? We're just myth busting today? I don't think we're going to have an aside for that one. But yeah, I do have to text my brother. He might find that one amusing. I have to imagine at the very least it's more sterile than, like... Because your body's already filtered at once, right? But I guess it's some of the stuff that is filtered out, but... This might require more research, I suppose. What was our plan? Oh, we were planning on saving and going for them, but for whatever reason, the AI is allowed to cheat and move across. Spain would be allowed to assign to this front, which is absurd. But, like, the front system and lack of military access is also absurd, so... Yeah. Every load of urine has a different concentration, right? Yes. There are 10x more bacteria in your body than human cells. Also, applying warm water does the trick that your piss treatment on jellyfish sting does. I suppose that's a way to win votes. You should piss in all the corners of your house to mark it as yours. This is true. We're playing Tunis. Ignore the piss joke. A transposition from geopolitics to piss discussion. It always ends in the wet work, doesn't it? Words are just a myth just to make someone read it. Words are fake. This is true. What would Rachel Feltman know about piss compared to the piss lord himself, Mr. Gaming? Says Tarkus. You're not wrong. That's wild, though. I didn't... This is why checking information is important. Also, why some people who are trusted sources of information might be wrong. Because I don't know if you guys... How should I put this? My brother knows a lot about medicine. He's a medical doctor. We have glass. No, let's do it. Then this should actually employ up. The economy's healing too. We have to keep constructing. The problem is like places can't employ. Oh god. Are we supposed to build fabric? We're supposed to build cotton, aren't we? I think we're actually supposed to build a little bit of this, because this can actually... It requires fewer qualifications to get that to, like, actually, like, work up. So we're actually... Oh, well, shout out to Double Cotton Plantation. Look at us, just, like, understanding the game. Just, like, looking at it and be like, yeah, we're actually supposed to build this thing we would not normally build here in this circumstances, because it can actually employ up. And then the auto queue's like, you know what we should build? We should build some of this. A friend of mine told me he gave, a friend of him gave him a blowy from, can't say that word on YouTube, and she told him that it was sweet afterwards. Yeah, someone, is eating the pineapple. Went to the doctor and found out he has diabetes. Oh no. Also diabetes will do it. Shout out to diabetes. It's, your body stops being able to process the sugar and you just start kind of like pissing or whatevering it out. Father's doctor and brother had a doctorate in physics with a huge chemistry test. They might know. Taking all the filtered waste and getting it back. You gotta it's called upcycling, okay? Is your brother a generalist practitioner? No, but that would be funny. He's a dermatologist. Imagine a world with 2 generalist gamings. Bring your brother into the scene. My brother... my brother's too qualified in medicine to, like, not do that. There would be a very significant pay cut from working as a medical doctor to swapping to streaming video games. Going over the urinary system in Orgo, that's a life or death situation thing. Well, words are a social construct, so they're fake and made up. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Every word is made up, man. Every single word is made up. Democracy was a mistake? Facts. Alright. We're gonna get tenant farmers out, and then stuff was actually gonna be able to employ up once we get rid of tenant farmers. Is there maybe someone we can go for? Congo? Bro, everyone builds so much now. What if we fought Egypt? I'm scared of Egypt this run. Look at what they've done. But we could try and take Zanzibar from them. Bro, is Egypt the raid boss? Egypt might be the raid boss. I mean, we'll probably have to fight them eventually. We might be able to get Ottoman's help. Maybe we should have done this to try and piggyback. Also, like, seeing if we could declare on Great Shang with Russia's help at the very start probably would have been a little bit better than what we did. This run is just uber scuffed. We've had 2, like, catastrophically bad wars where a bunch of people die and we still don't get what we want. We'll go laissez-faire, though. To retain your carbon energy, you must eat your shit. Well, I never said not to do that. Don't eat your shit. That's definitely bad. People of the world... The reason it happened was because some dude tried to check the gasoline content in his motorcycle with a match and the motorcycle blew him up. Oof. One is clearly more important for society than the other. Being a doctor and saving lives. Overrated. Does your brother look like you? No, he's much smaller than me. We have, like, a very similar voice, though. Mine's a little bit deeper than his, but... in high school, people would say that they, like, had no idea that we were siblings until we opened our mouths. Would his brother called Specialist Gaming? My brother would be called Specialist Medical Doctor. Rich in B12 though. He finds our gasoline. Switch to Egypt this run. Join the We've done so much to reform the laws. Switching to Egypt would feel bad. But it all feels bad. This run feels bad. This run feels so bad. The AI like actually defending like with a ton of battalions on these like minor powers that you normally expand into, it just like has us shook. I guess we could go after Sulawesi. We didn't before because I think someone was gonna side against us. Laissez-faire is a French locution, but in France he says non-interventionnisme. Really? I mean, I definitely mispronounced that, but that's interesting. Imagine casually having a brother that reformed Rome. I know. Clearly we know which one is our mother's favorite. Obviously, Mr. Gamer. What kind of doctor is he? He is a dermatologist. Poppy Saiji, thank you for the follow. I'm just gonna get less of our people killed. I'm just gonna swap this for a second, for a hot minute. We're actually, like, laissez-faire is gonna be such a nice pop-off, too. We're gonna be able to use the investment pool way more. Us getting war reps would have been so nice. You know what, maybe we just run... No, we can't run back the Netherlands war. We still, like, we're still paying them for a minute. We're still paying them for a hot minute, man. Look at us paying more and more and more to them for war reps. Just paying. You're welcome. Did not even know you do Twitch. Yes, we do Twitch. I love your YouTube guys and videos. You're very welcome. Yeah, we do have a Twitch. For those of you who prefer the Twitch streaming experience, we are on there. I think we take the enactment chance here. What's his name? I need a family doctor, bro. I don't know if I want to dox my brother. I don't think we doxed the brother. My brother did not consent to the doxing. So Bhutan sides, maybe? Alright, that's good. Time to add your brothers to the Generalist Fandom Wiki website. Ask for the credit card information too. Don't give his name. Yeah, I'm not gonna give his name. His name is Mr. Generalist. Or Mr. Specialist. Would you actively research Bessemer process for Russia for new Russia company? Absolutely. Yeah. Definitely would. Is Generalist Gaming your real name? Yes. It's my legal name. My name is like public information, but you just have to go to my Instagram. Los Kelso, thank you for the follow. Big nice. Didn't you have a save before the Dutch War? Why not reloading? I didn't feel like saves coming out. I had nothing in that war that happened was extremely unreasonable or like crazy. It was a little bit of a pushed war. We risked it all and we got hurt. We could if we were trying to min-max the shit out of the run, but I think that we're kind of more vibing a little bit. I think it's going to be more than possible for us to take all of North Africa and, like, invade Italy and take Rome and raise it to the ground and this type of thing without needing to do that, so... I think we're in fine shape. I read some Victoria 3 success. Some success is literally impossible with Sikh Empire dominate Britain. How is it possible? Or for the achievements, it's definitely possible. We've done it. It'd be a little bit harder on this patch. There's like that run would take forever to do though. I'm thinking we would probably get it in like the 30s. Never give your surname on the internet? Yeah, well, it's too late. It's out there. But what about our name, sir? Not just our surname, but our name, sir. Why does Spain want to rearrange our guts so much? Jesus. It's like a bunch of plays that they're like being uppity about. Can't get in on Mascara. I guess we want to, yeah, let's improve relations with Spain then. I think we'll just take the enactment chance. Kind of rolling low for having way over 50%, to be honest. Alright, so we have line infantry. Maybe upgrading getting line infantry is actually just like way more critical now. That's kind of wild if it is. So this means we should be able to push around some people. Wow, you have freaking 14 battalions, 20 battalions, Jesus. They just like pop off so hard now. Like not at the start of the game they're not like that, but like just like not even that deep into it. They like 15 battalions, like okay, they're like I realize that this is a split state with, like... I think that Johor is, like, all one state here. It makes the UK kind of go after you a little bit. I mean, we could go after Egypt. We go after the raid boss, take Zanzibar. What are the... Fight UK, take Guyana is also reasonable. To be fair, we would actually right now fight Russia if Alaska wasn't bugged. We would fight Russia if Alaska wasn't bugged. Play Vietnam. Achievement, yes. Damn, Tarkus is really trying to compete with the stream. Is he? How dare he? How dare he do his own thing and not be on our chat? His real name was Weewoo El Kar, yeah. Paradox and Stupid Hard achievements. I think that the achievement's not too bad. I'm trying to think where we should declare war, though. Now that we have line infantry. Would feel bad to actively research line infantry. Actually, well, I think we're decaying a little bit. I don't know. Mascara is the one we have. Oh, we can annex Bahrain and Togirt. Togurt's a subject? When the frick did that? Oh, okay. Togirt is a subject. Alright, it's unlikely. Oh, Spain wants to freaking body us. Alright, looks like no one sides here with Bahrain, so let's just do that. They might even just accept. They just accept the demands. Big nice. I mean, we could go for these guys anyways and maybe defend against Spain from the landings. Why does Spain, like, freaking... Oh, we could look why Spain hates us. We could look. We could see why Spain hates us. Why do you hate us, bro? They're protective towards Toghurt. They have really good relations with Toghurt, sympathy. They have bad relations with us, sympathy to Tunis. I mean, we could go for Malia, no? No, I think we're not allowed to. I think that's illegal. They nerfed the Mara and Brunei shuffle, basically. I think his name is Kansei Dorito. That's true. Do a Hannibal Barca and invade Spain for the glory of Carthage. We are working on it. We need to get so much stronger before that's a viable option. The leader in Bukhara. There's a woman leader in Bukhara? Or a Toghurt? Yep, there is. This can happen. All you need to have is... I think... Wait. What? How do they have a woman leader with legal guardianship? I don't know why that is... I thought you had to be off legal guardianship, and that was like the only requirement, but shout out to them. Super progressive. What? Interesting. Let's look at this chat ad. She's hated. Opium addict, imposing. Cruel. Interesting. Very interesting. What's wild is I think it's like the unrecognized countries that are really... Nope, these guys have a ton of battalions. I've never seen Greece with this many battalions. Holy shit, dude. They just like, the AI just built so much more mill than they used to, which is like bad for them long term relative to building construction. FYI, Generalist's name is just Pug. This is true. Don't you think the AI is not aggressive enough in this game? They don't try to expand? I think the metagame being constant expansion is more the problem. I'd be kind of fine with the level at which the AI expands if that way that they expanded was better, but currently, like, the way the AI plays is really weak. Aren't they the worst nation in the game, though? No, but they're pretty bad. She's amazing, though. She is. I'm really hyped for Spheres of Influence now. Me too. We can look at some of the Spheres hype. I think the Imperator dream is dead. But if people wanted to look at some of the Spheres dev diary, we could do that. I think the Imperator dream is a dead dream. We're going to start a new poll. We'll start a poll, see if people want to take a look at that. This is just, we're in uber struggle bus mode though, right here, overall. I mean, it wouldn't even be that valuable for us. Look, 5k GDP. Yeah, okay. I think we can just... You know what? We actually shouldn't annex them at all, because we get them from Maghreb. So what should we do? Bro, this run's so whack. Okay, we can take out Costa Rica. Costa Rica's weak. Let's do it. We can just conquest them. And that'll give us coal. We don't have coal. Super. Play Japan and make it a guide before Spheres of Influence release? Maybe. Ludi just released a Japan guide, so... I don't know if that hurts my ability to get traction on it. But right now, we're letting the Patreon wealth vote. Patreon is wealth voting to decide the fate of the next run, other than, I think we're doing Ethiopia. But we can take a look at who's winning right now. I think when I checked last, it was USA. $1, 1 vote. Except you can't buy more than 1 vote. Yeah, USA is winning currently. And in second place, just 1 vote behind, is both New Granada and Bavaria. So, Next run is likely to be one of them. Costa Rica exists, I don't want it to. Exactly. Shout out to invading. Do we have 1k? We do have 1k on the recruited, so we can put in another. Slowly bring these fleets up. Put in another thing. And we could give ourselves a front with New Granada, which means we won't actually have to land New Granada, but we could also just rampage through here. So interactions, conquer state, Costa Rica, we're just gonna conquer statum. New Granada is going to join. That's awkward. It's very awkward, TBH. Or maybe we conquer... Not sure if we're... I think if we land them, we get forced out. And that it would make sense to go for Nicaragua then instead. But Nicaragua doesn't have coal, man. Alright. This has been the risk it all run. We're gonna risk it all. I think we just... I think we're just able to enforce on them, to be honest. And we can land with our 10 stack, too. Yeah, maybe we reorganize this a little bit. The Cuirassiers. The Cuirassiers are not as good as they used to be, because we now have line infantry. Let's do this. But they're still reasonably good. So we'll land with this fat stack here. Woodland Combat Expert, Surveyor. Put the Surveyor on Defend Front. This guy on Defend Front. That should be fine. Expecting to see New Granada side against us a decent chunk of the time. You're losing a lot of money, be careful. We are losing a lot of money. It's fine with laissez-faire passing soon, we'll be fine. But yeah, this is true. $1, 1 vote, wealth voting confirms. I expect universal suffrage. The extreme cost prohibition of the $1 vote on the Patreon. Just Carthage rules the raves yet? We're trying. Oh, you're line already? Yeah. Looks like no one joins against us here. So this one should be actually super painless, and then we could probably fight New Granada. Maybe not. But we will have a native interest here now then. So let's move it over here. Why Granada changed the name to Colombia? It changes that if you conquer them as Spain or you subjugate them as Spain. Carthage is working on the waves ruling though. That's a little bit tricky. We can't really recruit up very well. We got an agitator for an interventionism. Is this real? Bro, stupid protectionist, dumb. Is it me or Gov petitions more common in 1.6? They seem more common. They also seem like not backbreaking, so they're... Yeah, settle down, bro. Colombia is in the US. Oof, cursed. So we can recruit another boat. Constantine now. This will also give us another spot where we can recruit a single boat for boating up. This has been a rough run. Really want laissez-faire to pay for a building, or really want the investment pool to pay for a building, but alas, poor Yorick, we knew him well. We can't get in. Why is that our offense? Really? What if we did this? Okay, now we're landing with a 4-stack. That doesn't suffer any penalty. Oh, we might still win this anyways. It's looking not so good, but we might still win it. Surely we win the second battle. Wait, why is this still a 10-stack? We just separated it. My guy. It says we're landing with the 4-stack, so I hope and assume that it will be the 4-stack that's getting in. Ooh, it looks like arms industry is being built in Tunisia. Holla. I don't recall setting clothing to auto-expand, but we don't hate it. Alright, yeah, this is not better because it's using the 10-stack, but whatever. We're getting in. It's going to be a victory for Tunis. How do you invade from the Pacific Ocean part? This is just the part that it selected when we did it. Alright, shout out to us. We also have Bahrain we can recruit a boat in. I think we do want steel at this point though, so let's build a steel thing here so we can actually swap the tools. And maybe we want it more than some of the other stuff. Laissez-faire, let's go. Give us our company, our daily bread. Cool. Generic metal versus this. This is what we want. We need Bessemer process. Son of a bizzle. It's like a 5-year cooldown to swap. I guess I don't hate going this for now. We'll also put this on auto expand then. God, we're import prioritizing the freaking coal and it's still just like having problems. Wallachia guide when? We did a Wallachia guide super long ago. Glad the Impaler would be proud. I meant in a logical sense. How did you invade the Pacific Ocean part? Wait, what? We sailed our boats. Fear the fearsome navy that is Carthage. Is buying the expansion pass worth it? What all is in the expansion pass even? I mean, I would recommend playing the base game and deciding if you like it or not. Kind of. What's the construction bug? Did they fix it? They fixed it. We don't talk about the construction bug. It's fixed, though. Try not to talk about it. Talking about it only hurts. Yeah. So the investment pool will be able to pick up pretty, yeah, they're picking up 75%, which to be fair is like a little bit annoying for us for getting anything built, but Nicaragua. do some of that. Honduras. Oh, we gotta wait for our interest to form. While Shamar backs down to the revolt. You don't see that too often. Looks like the revolt is not supported by Spain. Holla. So I think we'll trib them. Mainly for map painting reasons, more so than like this actually being a good trib. When Sphere's Dub Diary? Is it winning the poll? Alright, it is winning the poll. Alright, let's look at it. It's Dub Diary 108. We did a rundown of it, but let's take a look at it on stream. The Spheres Overview Dev Diary. Unfortunately, we can no longer look at is urine sterile. This is, we've debunked it. Urine is not sterile. Shout out to urine. Alright. But this is Dev Diary 108. Well, it's 100k pops IRC. What's the hardest starting nation? I think the one that's landlocked inside of Russia, where Russia's scripted to fight, is probably pretty bad, but maybe it's not... I think that's probably pretty rough. Houthis at it again. They fixed it, holy shit. Yeah, Kiko, they did. It was big nice. Okay, so we have the Spheres of Influence and 1.7 Overview. This was Dev Diary 108. We did do a Dev Diary rundown on this, but this news is all super exciting, so in going over it again, we might glean some new things. So we have the first up, the mechanic power blocks. The power blocks are multinational associations that can be formed by high-ranking countries, and so I'm guessing major power GP+, and which take a form of forms based on their identity and the principles. Identities are set and locked in, and so like we saw like ones for like vassal. I think that we saw one for trade or commerce or something like this. But the entire block is organized around this, and so if they identify with this goal, then they can be likely to join you, and then you will have power over them if you're the block leader. I will be the block leader. While principles can be added or removed over time. I believe principles will dictate, these will also dictate what bonuses you get from the power block, in addition to probably a huge relations like boost on them. Sikkim I think is, you can reasonably expand in like, Sikkim's pretty rough, but I think there's maybe a, well, Sikkim's also a really rough start. And so, like, vassals, I think the UK is going to start off with a vassal power block, and it's going to be all their little satellites. Power block might take the form of a single great power in all the countries under its influence, multilateral military alliance between several major and great powers, or an economic cooperation with numerous countries in a unified market. Power blocks have leverage on countries outside of the block, including members of the block, and can use that leverage to entice them to join them. Being part of a power block comes with benefits and obligations, and members are at risk of having internal politics meddled with by the leader of the block. And so the fact that you can meddle is also important to me, because I think that something that's going to be really important is if you can get stuff like Great Qing into a power block and then force them to open their borders, this can be really big for migration. So Texas is not the hardest start. Texas, if you get lucky, like you can, it requires re-rolling, but Texas is like reasonable. But that's thing one, power blocks. Another one is interest group lobbies. Really excited for this. This is basically going to give interest groups the capacity to not just care about laws, but also your international politics. Interest groups can now join lobbies with specific foreign policy agendas centered around other countries. These lobbies form organically as a result of the new diplomatic catalysts system. A lobby friendly to a great power to Great Britain might form after signing an alliance with them, while a lobby hostile to Austria might spring up after being defeated by them in a war. Lobbies will try and promote or counter the interest of foreign powers and will help or hinder your diplomatic efforts. And the fact that they help or hinder the efforts is going to be interesting if you can try and force these in other countries. if this adds a lot of depth and texture to the game beyond just like improved relation, this will be super, super sweet. Lobbies that are friendly to a specific foreign power could smooth the way for diplomatic agreement that would otherwise not be possible. Big nice. And I think expanding customs unions and such is going to be way more important because of foreign investment or whatever relation. And this is also, we're assuming that this is also going to apply to power blocks. And so, yeah, you can't survive 20 years as Texas. You can, like, if you can survive, you could scuttle to South Africa, like, if you absolutely need to. Right, even if the USA wants to take Texas, if you, like, just take some other dirt elsewhere. But, I mean, I guess we've been having problems in 1.6 taking dirt elsewhere, in this Tunis run at least. But we'll oppose hostile actions and undermine any war efforts against that power. Unfriendly lobbies will try and hinder diplomatic efforts with the country that they're ire, but might create an opportunity for a key alliance with a rival instead. So, you're thinking about, if diplomacy becomes way more important, which I think it is, with spheres of influence, because of both power blocks and being able to build on other people's territory, this is going to be super sweet. Super excited for EU5, more so than when I lost my innocence. That's wild. For Texas, try getting GP's customs union so they protect you from the USA, and to revoke claim on Texas. Revoking the claim on Texas won't make USA chill out. They'll still be mad at you. Or this was our experience in playing as California. Foreign investment. Foreign investment makes it possible for both governments and autonomous private sectors to construct building levels in other countries and enjoy the profits generated. To construct building in another country, you'll have to have a certain diplomatic thing in place, and so this is the part where it kind of comes in. If the interest group lobbies help make it easier for you to get the diplo packs in place, this will be sweet. And then you can build in other people's countries. But here's the thing, is you will just have an ownership class back at home, which we'll kind of get to in a second. There's the Great Game, which is the big conflict between Russia and Great Britain. I don't think we'll read through the thing, but this is going to have a bunch of local flavor of this type of stuff. You see all this is kind of broken up. I believe there's some flavor for Persia as well. The Texas way is the Boer way. Fitting knowing that the Boers were super racist. Yeah. Subject interaction. Well, do I think well, okay, let's not go there. Subject interactions. There's a few new subject interactions. This was overall kind of like an overwhelming thing to me, but take a look. But this is the prime joy. Building ownership provision, and this is going to be a huge difference when it comes to things. Oh shit. Hey, Karasak, how's it going? Thank you for the raid. And Deo Dingo, thank you for the follow. Big nice, over 100-person raid. We're just kind of going over right now the patch 1.8, Dev Diary 1.08, the new changes that are going to be coming in spheres of influence. Okay. So building ownership provision is, in my mind, the biggest thing that we're going to be getting in 1.7 that's going to shape and change the metagame in regards to the economy specifically, but also probably overall. It's been revised so that the owners of a building are no longer have to work in that building or even live in the same state. And this is absolutely huge because you can generate an enormous capitalist class where the workers are overseas somewhere else. And this kind of unlocks a new ways of, like, it unlocks, like, so much. So first of all, you can exploit, actually, like, other countries' resources and pops, like, way, way better. So, like, you can just build a bunch of stuff in Great Qing's, Great Qing's provinces, which is even worse because of the way subsistence rice paddies work, because if you just build a bunch of, like, silk there, you'll cause a lot of, like, you'll cause an enormous amount of unemployment. So you could just collapse Qing super easy, I have to imagine. But most of the profit of the building, or most of the value of the building, is produced in the dividends, and so you would just build it overseas, and then the dividends get sent back. Is the idea? There is value for buildings is still created in terms of wages, but this is just like allows you to also, like, you can think of it as pushing literacy and stuff too. You can have like a closed off country with not a lot of migration and just focus on getting the capitalists up, because the capitalists are going to almost always have 100% literacy, and so like you can create these tall economies, and so it will make building tall viable, whereas building tall is not really viable today. German Vic 3 streamer, I love your tutorials. Thank you so much. I think I've seen like your streams like popping off on the Twitch. EU4 has odd development. I think EU5 will come out, will be the backbone compared to EU4. Sounds like outsourcing. It is outsourcing. It's exactly what you can do, but this is going to allow you to build super tall, which super excited for. So London-based capitalists can now own buildings all over the world, and buildings can be selectively nationalized or privatized and put up for sale for select interested investors. But you have to keep in mind, in order to do this, you have to actually have a specific relationship allowing it, which I think foreign investments, you have to have a certain diplomatic pacts in place. And so enforcing these diplomatic pacts is going to be an interesting thing, where you're trying to get it so that you can build in other places, and also if they're in your customs union, you can build in other places so that they will provide the raw materials for whatever it is you want to actually build at home, or this type of thing, or vice versa. Like, it's possible that like it's now viable to like specialize even more. Like, we slot in like 5 or 6 companies for like engines, and then with those engine companies, right, what we could do is then we just build only engines, and then in other people's country, so we're building engines in our country, which are incredibly pop efficient, especially like with some of the later PMs. And then in other people's countries, we go and we build stuff that consumes engines so that we can drive demand. This is, or even like the possibility of an agrarian run is like we build textile mills in other people's countries in our customs union, and then we build all like the textile stuff. It probably won't be viable, but it's just going to open up so much. With the available options being restricted by which economic system the country is operating under. So you're probably going to have to laissez-faire people, as the laissez-faire does. And so, like, that would be nice to create economic bubbles. That would be super sweet. I don't think we're going to get this in this patch. Belgium will be fun. Much tulips, much excitement. Manor houses seem to be unique here in Vicky 3 because most of the other buildings are directly productive. Yeah, so it's not producing anything. Additionally, buildings can now potentially have different owner for each of its levels, but it's producing. The manor house, it corresponds to stuff in other territories, right? So it's going to correspond to something somewhere else. Thank you for the follow, Mr. Ghostface. And so we have this manor face building. You notice it's only got around 50 pops per level here. And they own the subsistence farms and the rye farms elsewhere. And so the ownership class is going to be bifurcated or separated from the buildings. So like for every building, there's still going to be an owner of it. It's just going to be, the owner could be anywhere rather than in the direct state. And so that's what we have with this manor house thing that's going on here. But you can get these for, there's financial district and manor house, it seems to be, and the manor house owns the agrarian stuff and the financial district owns the capitalist stuff. It's kind of, I understand it. If you can't get multiculturalism, that'd be start using colonial administrations. Yeah, so like, you no longer have to look at things as like, you can, so a highly discriminatory run might be viable because you end up, moving your economy towards being mostly capitalist with stuff built in other nations, and you're exploiting their resources. I hope they buff colonial administrations and spheres of influence to give you more than just dividend weekly. Yeah, colonial administrations are like just straight up like bad, but like it might be the case that it's worth releasing them and just building in them as a different nation. I mean, maybe this is the case. Imagine world conquest run with manor houses where they own the entire world. Big nice. I think they should introduce a new construction that creates houses. They've talked about making housing a thing, but this is by far the biggest thing. Liberty Desire in 1.7. They are now going to have Liberty Desire. This is going to inform some of their attitudes. This is something that's like kind of hard to tease, but they're going to talk about all this stuff later. And then here are the dates that they're going to be releasing the dev diaries. For those of you who don't know, because we have kind of a big raid squad on the Twitch at least, we go over these every Thursday on our YouTube channel. I think the link is in, maybe it's Generalist Gaming if it's not, but Power Blocks Foreign Investment. Power Blocks is up next Thursday. Then after that, it will be Foreign Investment and Building Ownership. This is the one I'm most excited about on the 28th. Then Subject Interactions, Lobbies and more on Power Blocks, the great game, etc. And then Changelog before the game drops on the 6th. So Would going commercialized agriculture turn manor houses into financial districts? I don't know how that would work. But it's also important to note that when you go commercialized agriculture, in terms of the number of pops, it's still mostly, it's still got more aristocrats than it does capitalists. It just now has some capitalists. It's not Norman to bathe, bro. That I can't. Reading that's giving me difficulties. Make a state grow from 1 million pop to 10, and the state is the same where all the people live. It's not normal. What do you think if World War I should be in the game? I think there should be some sort of like tension and global like war mechanic, but let's jump back into game. Here. I think we'll continue on maybe another 20 minutes or so, maybe 20 or 30 minutes. For your dating device, you got to mention the construction bug somewhere. I don't know if I can fit the construction bug in. Wait, so this means you can actually leave EIC Raj on industry ban in Britain and take advantage of their free 10% throughput? Absolutely, this seems to be the case. Yeah, this is, like, you could actually exploit the colonized people properly instead of just, like, annexing everything to be able to do this stuff yourself. So it's going to be huge. Huge. It's going to be super big nice. Let's check how we're doing on the stream count. Yep. So, for those of you who are on the Twitch and have just arrived from the raid, the rather big raid, shout out to you. We're playing as Tunis. The goal is to form Maghreb. And technically, we are voting, or actually we're not voting anymore, but this is going to be the overall goal of the run, as well as grab some of Iberia and kind of reform Carthage and then sack Rome. And this is kind of the idea. Been having a lot of struggles so far this run. But I think the struggles are over. I think the troubles are over. We've gotten laissez-faire. We have a company. Things are kind of turning around. We did use corn laws to get a market liberal boyo. And so he is helping us pass stuff. We actually started out with a Democrat, which was a little wild. So we're like on census suffrage here. And let's turn that on. We also have gotten access to coal ourselves, but we're not using it yet. We're going to turn that all up. Our coal trade routes should increase in size. Trade's a little bit rough, but it also really helps that we're off of traditionalism, which is giving the MAPI penalty, which like significantly makes trade so much worse. Let's see if we can export. Can we export any of these? All right, yeah, we can export this. Let's do that to the French, and then create buy orders. Let's see if we can export lead. Rip. Let's see if we can export iron. Oh. Still no. Well, everything's about to have export, or it's all going to be free trade in just a minute, so it should be fine. That means there wouldn't be any reason to full annex anymore, right? No, I think there'd still be a reason. So, like, buildings produce value in two ways. They produce value through the wages they're paying and the weekly balance. And this is how you're producing net value, because you have input goods, right, and output goods. And whatever the output good is in excess of the input goods, this is the value that gets added to the country, right? And part of that is the weekly balance, and part of it is the wages. So building in your own territory is still going to be slightly more valuable, especially if you still have peasants. However, once you're kind of like out of peasants, maybe it's better just to build in other people's territory. Also, other people are probably going to have better opportunities for, like, okay, so your construction might be just disgusting. You can just build wood in everyone's territory, right? Because wood is really disgustingly construction efficient and imbues the fact that you can utilize their peasants to, like, harvest weekly balances. And so, like, the entire, like, metagame is going to shift in a really wild way. It might be better just to build a bunch of wood in other people's territory and build all the manufacturing in yours and this type of stuff. But yeah. Egypt is the winner of the stream. This is true. Egypt has, like, clapped everyone. They beat the Ottomans. They annexed Oman. They beat up Persia. This is the wildest I've ever seen Egypt popping off. And so, I guess we're fine. Once we get on free trade, that goes away. I like the change where you can't get rid of corn laws until you get on free trade. I think this is nice. But that's how we got our market liberal boyo. What would be the scenario if, as a GP, you built in a miner within your sphere rather than absorbing them into your customs union? What would be the scenario where you would want to build in a miner other than absorbing them? It would have to do with, like, wanting to affect price in a particular way, rather than absorbing them into your customs union. Also, they might not consent to, they might not mind the foreign investment, but care about you absorbing them into the customs union. It's also interesting, so, like, you could maybe, like, try and build stuff in people's capitals, in order to, like, force the capital a particular way, because the capital gives a bonus to political strength, and so you could build in people's capitals to try and, like, you build a bunch of arts academies in the hope that they have a bunch of academics, and the academics, because arts academies hire academics, to make them, try and make them more liberal would be an interesting one. I don't know if that works, but... Sure. I think some type of people manipulation should be present in the game. Like, dump wood into their market. Yeah, dumping stuff into people's market's not super viable right now. I really think that companies should give some kind of trade bonus to make trading and exporting stuff better. Gasoline break, true. Why is Egypt not a GP after beating up the Ottomans? They're unrecognized. They will never be a GP unless they get recognition. They didn't ask for recognition from the Ottomans. Ottomans, I think, start out as a great power, but then decay into major power. Maybe they started out as a major power. You should make more achievement vids. You really like the Amish Paradise one? The one where we didn't get the achievement? Yeah. I mean, like, I've heard of a couple people say that. Maybe we should poll whether people would want to see more of these. Nicaragua is improving relations. You should decrease them. Yeah, absolutely. Where are they? Don't want to get stuck behind improving relations. Alright. We're starting slowly but surely. Unfortunately, Spain just really wants to put their finger in our pie. Unfortunately. Are we still paying out? Yeah, we are still paying out to the Netherlands. God, this run has been big sag in some ways. So we have 22 military. We could probably beat up New Granada. Where do we park our interest? If we include the fact that we can conscript up at a good rate, we probably beat them if no one else wants to get involved. The problem is people want to get involved a lot when you're unrecognized. I can see denationalization as a war goal. If minor country nationalizes its resources, this would be sweet. Get everyone siding here. I heard Amish Paradise is the easiest achievement in the game. It's pretty easy. We scuffed it, to be honest. It's not that hard. We could get it probably pretty quick if we wanted to. Might even be able to get it in like 30 minutes at the end of the stream. Go after Ecuador. Ecuador is really nice to get. The problem is, or actually, let's see. Yeah, we can't land Ecuador is the thing. We don't need to land New Granada because we took this. But maybe we're just supposed to trib these guys. New Granada joins if we do that, and then trib New Granada. Let's see. Looks like not too much support in the direction of New Granada. Because, to be fair, Victoria 3 runs tend to be very similar regardless of country, so achievement runs add a lot of variation. This is fair. Shout out to Free Trade, Big Nice, coming in. I'm surprised there's not much chatter on the Twitch, but okay. Given the amount of people we have there. Is it bugged? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Shout out to you guys. Niflheim, thanks for the follow. Oh, we can't even protectorate them. They're not weak enough. Or we're not strong enough. We could tributary Venezuela, but the problem is I don't think we can land them. Don't think we can land them with a 5 stack. Or with the navy, with their navy being so small. Maybe this is the problem. Maybe we get the navy bigger, so we can't recruit in either of the 2 main places, but now we have a couple other places we could just put in a level 1, and the level 1 will be able to recruit up, so we would have a 7 stack navy. Maybe with a 10 stack navy we can get in. Maybe we tributary Guatemala, El Salvador. New Granada looks likely to side, but not super. Maybe we're thinking about this the wrong way. Maybe we're supposed to go for Gaza. Congo's probably good. Let's try and get some more interest in various other areas. We'll let the grain trade begin. Big nice. Movement for homesteading. To be fair, I think our pops don't care about going on homesteading, so we can pass it relatively painlessly. And we complete the petition. Do we want to go religious schools? Probably not. Almost certainly not. Close borders. Let's go no migration controls, actually. Let's open these up. Try and do this. Can't you mess with the Galapagos? Galapagos? I don't think it's a country. Like here? I forget. Is this the Galapagos? Galapagos Rise. Yeah, I think that's part of the state of Ecuador here. That's not like an individual thing. Would investing in these sorts of industries end up influencing the other countries' clout and policies over time too? Absolutely, because you could de-peasant another country, right? Which moves them towards like intelligentsia, but it wouldn't move them towards an industrialist class, right? Because they don't have the capitalists there. YouTube gang greater than Twitch chat. Oof. Get slave trade. Oh, get rid of slavery. That's probably a good one too. And they're pretty happy with us right now, so yeah, maybe we do that next. Low-key, we kind of want to get off monarchy too, but that's going to be a little bit harder. We're going to tributary them. Portugal's very likely to join. Spain is too. I think we just say, just kidding. We didn't mean it. We didn't mean any of it. We were kidding. Benin has a ton of conscripts, but not a ton of active battalions. We might be able to blitz them down. Benin's a fine enough place to expand, to be honest. I think, well, okay, do we think that Benin is easier to expand into than Gaza? Gaza would be better. What's the best strategy with Chile? Just started. What's the best strategy specifically with Chile? I wouldn't say that I can think of anything that's too specific for Chile, other than your need to get pops. You might want to get in someone's customs union, but it's really hard for me to say at this point because I think stuff has changed a lot. I think you're gonna have pop problems. I'm still not sure exactly what the strategy is for 1.6. I think that it's possible that the greener grass decree is just super overtuned and you just want it everywhere, and this might help out. Yeah, let's see if we got diplomatic demands that are reasonable. So we could reduce autonomy in Mascara. They don't accept, and Spain thumbs our pie if we do that. We can annex Togurt. Okay, it looks like we could get... Oh, Spain. Freaking Spain, man. But maybe Spain doesn't actually side, but annexing Togurt doesn't do anything for us. And we get it when we form a grab anyway. Is Tripletania free? No, it's not. Yeah, maybe we just go after Honduras. Yeah, I'm sure. Oh, we didn't check how many troops they have. Surely they don't have like 10 plus. Yeah, that's kind of like more than we were hoping to see. It's definitely more than we were hoping to see. Guess we could keep forced march on, but that's going to be rough. What if you purposely invested in useless agriculture in other countries so it'll destroy all their sub-farms and employ the pops because the farms aren't productive enough? Yeah, so this is like something you could like maybe do. I'm thinking specifically the Asian countries, you could collapse them by building a ton of rice farms, which is going to cause massive unemployment. Right? Which will cause turmoil, which will cause them to exodus. So specifically, if you're an Asian country that accepts the pops, like if you play as Korea and then you just build a ton of agrarian stuff in Qing and force the pops to mass exodus, like this might be really valuable for you. As Chile follow the coast till you hit Alaska, this is true based. For Chile, you can pretty easily sway Brazil against Bolivia. With that war, you can return Antofagasta, lib South Peru. Oh, this is true. Yeah, liberate... Yeah. Liberate South Peru, the other country, and transfer North Peru. You then annex North Peru for like 3 infantry and have around 2.5 million pops. Yeah, this is probably the strongest open. I mean, like you're interested in that kind of stuff anyways, but yeah. You might have to restart though to make sure you get the thing. 56 is when Ottomans become unrecognized. Okay, and Tripoli breaks free. They're certainly not getting rid of Sick Man, to be honest. Do we have boats in the queue? We do. Oh, they're not going to get done in time. Rip. Can we afford more construction? We can afford more construction. Let's do it. Because the construction queue can afford to build more stuff. Spain, unfortunately, we're... So if we side here, we can reset our thing. Man, poor Egypt. They flew too close to the sun, huh? But if we side on the same side as Spain, we can reset our relations with them. It looks like they're pretty much guaranteed to win. We'll see how that play shakes out. We really do not want... If we side last minute, because we don't want France to side in against us. On that. I guess where are you? Your naval base in there. So that means that once we hit 1K, we can overflow and start building a new naval base. So let's do this. So we won't have quite as big a malice, but I'm not even 100% sure we can do this through. We'll see what we can manage. It's kind of weird that this is the expansion spot that's soft for us. The hotfix did fix the laissez-faire bug. Yeah, nah, don't build rice farms, build, like, ranches. Yeah, but I'm saying you're building over the subsistence farms. You have to specifically not build rice. Did I say build rice? I meant, like, build over specifically these, you're building over the sub-rice paddies because these employ 10k pops apiece, and so when you build a dye plantation which can only employ 5k pops, it just like causes 5k unemployment. Second Ottoman-Egyptian War, holy shit. Yeah, Egypt managed to do okay in the first one. Maybe we're supposed to side here, but we didn't. Oh well. I think we're probably supposed to. I fear Egypt's wrath, to be honest. I fear it. Thank you for the follow, Her Llama 222. Much appreciated. You ever see the U.S. Lake Oregon, Washington lately? Never do. Wait, what? What do you think about wages in Viking 3? I have to double check. I need to look at wages because I think that they kind of stagnate now, but gotta take a closer look. Yuck. Alright, hopefully we're killing enough guys that the second landing is okay, or the second thing is okay. Yeah, that feels real bad. That feels really bad. That feels really bad. Citizen of the world, untie. Ah, did we bite off more than we could chew? We should have subjugated. Man, I feel stupid now. Should have subjugated. This would have been much less infamy. You find it stupid that a university in Paris should cost the same amount of wages as one in Afghanistan? You think the Afghanistan wages should be way less? Yeah, it's a complex topic, but people have different purchasing power in different regions. Yeah, I mean, that would be purchasing power and parity, and like, this would be, you would have to introduce a lot of different mechanics. You'd have to introduce currency and exchange rates and like a ton of stuff to make this like, whoa, is this not possible? Maybe this is not possible. Let's cancel the naval invasion. And have a think. Okay. We can wait for more boats. We have 3 boats coming through eventually. So we'll give the construction sector the 3 boats. That'll kick us up to 8 boats. The thing is, they're going to conscript up, but what can they conscript up to, really? They can't conscript up very much, so we just need to chill. We can let these guys recover their numbers a little bit. Why do we have actual 0? Okay, we know these line infantry. So I think that we're also on pro-army now. Cuirassiers have more offense than the cannons. No, they're the same. So we're going to put in... I'm going to make a new unit with cannon conscripts. And we're going to conscript up. Put you on advanced front. Move you over here. Get ready to do some back-to-back landings. What kind of sandwich is best? Fuck, I'm hungry. Okay. My friend and I have actually been planning something wild for a while. And this is gonna sound crazy, but we want to make like the most disgusting sandwich burrito of all time. And by disgusting, I mean disgusting in like a good way. And initially we started off, okay, we take a Philly cheesesteak, we get a pizza that's uncut, we wrap the Philly cheesesteak in the pizza, and we call it a burrito. But it's since evolved, because now instead of a Philly cheesesteak, just regular, we were thinking we would make a massive egg roll, right? Split open the egg roll, use that as the hoagie for the cheesesteak, put in the cheesesteak, but not just any cheesesteak, make it a pizza cheesesteak, and then go to a pizza place that does a Philly cheesesteak pizza and get a pizza Philly cheesesteak and wrap it in a Philly cheesesteak pizza and have this massive sandwich burrito. This is the plan. Currency manipulations like Soros did with English pounds. I feel like it's a mistake to inject current societal expectation and modes of thinking in an era that's built on exploitation. Yeah, there needs to be a way to play non-European nations. Non-European nations are super viable right now. Best sandwich is pineapple with chocolate sprinkles, says Richard Brackman. That's crazy. You were so white, says Kiko. In response to the Philly cheesesteak thing? Yeah, maybe. I mean, I guess a more serious answer to what's the best sandwich. I mean, grilled cheese is pretty good. The sandwich I've eaten the very most of might be Denny's fried cheese melt, which is a grilled cheese with mozzarella sticks inside. But somehow I feel like that doesn't count. It's not what people mean. So the naval bases are what we kind of like need to finish. Maybe to do this landing. Maybe we're not supposed to land with a 10 stack. Maybe we're supposed to make it a little bit smaller. We're gonna see. We're gonna let these cannons recruit up and try and do it. Not these guys. These guys. Why are you unraised? It takes forever to raise, man. Wait, what happened to our other army? Wait, I'm so confused. Wait, what happened to our other army? Okay, no. Okay, it's right there. I'm stupid. I'm going crazy. It's still right there. It just has nothing. You'd eat that with a knife and a fork? Obviously not. It's a burrito. You sound like someone that came from the Philly region. You know, like, if it was a different type of sandwich, we would change everything up. But what is the best sandwich to wrap in a pizza, you think? I'm saying that if the game were made from to be more realistic from a non-European nations, would be terrible and not worth playing. Yeah. Oh, I get you. Yeah. That naval invasion went so bad everyone died. Yeah, that does. It's a vibe. They need to get this ticking below zero thing is like insanely like. It's just a problem. There's no way we should be able to just stay in this war indefinitely, but we can. The entire system's got problems, but we could just wait until we recruit up the Navy and then eventually land them. Which is, I guess, what we're planning on doing. We'll have them gain popularity. That seems good. But yeah, naval invasion did have some problems. GDP is starting to actually move up. Ugh. Our investment pool is growing and we're in a deficit. I hate it when this happens, but it does mean we're going to have a period of extended growth that's going to be a little bit rocky. Once we build the naval bases, we could actually just pause our own construction and let the auto queue take the wheel. But we're not having to pay war reps to the Netherlands anymore. Big nice. It's causing much pain. So these things are almost conscripted up. We're going to take a look at their army and see. Yeah, they have dragoons. Shit, I didn't realize. Nice. I think we might just go homesteading while we can here. It creates problems down the line, but I think we can manage it. Just to hurt the other guys more. Maybe we actually just do this, and land with this 8 stack with less of a malice, now that we have a 6 stack. I think this is fine. Then we could kick the naval bases to the back if we're not gonna utilize them like this immediately. I guess we see how this goes. Okay, this isn't going very hot. We're not going very hot to start. It's not going very hot, boys. Thank you for the follow, Tyrian Hill. I mean, IRL, US stays in some wars indefinitely. Hell, there's only an armistice in some countries. Yeah, this is maybe fine, but the thing is like, if they didn't have a war goal on us, they would automatically enforce on us too. Like the like weirdness between getting stuck at exactly 0 and ticking and sometimes ticking beneath it is like just, If it was just always you could just stay it out forever, I'd be fine with this. But the fact that it's like contingent upon some weird thing and like you're forced to have a war goal, you can't just say I don't want to put in a war goal. So the AI always puts in war reps. Like it's like, yeah. Unrecognized power interest rates are 5 out of 13 reasons why. Why you can't do the things. Yeah, we're hemorrhaging money, which is going to be a bit of a problem. Alright, but we do get the naval bases. God, maybe we're just supposed to turn on the tools and turn on... not end up building the steel ourselves. I'm not sure. During a Brazil run, when you don't join a customs union and can't get enough laborers, things I should do once I ban slavery, right? Joining a customs union is kind of always going to be good on Brazil. New migration is a lot stronger, so I think that helps New World countries, or new mass migration attractions much stronger. So we're going to be up to an 8-stack this, and then we're going to just try landing one guy after another, because we're also... we actually haven't dented their army, they just recruited all back up. Rip the dream. I think that our cuirassiers are in good shape, our cannon guys are going to be in good shape, hopefully, by the time we're ready. And we'll just back-to-back them with the 2 armies that are 8 stacks. And hopefully that's enough. I suppose we could recruit up another 8 stack. It's not against the rules. Alright. Not against the rules. We'll just wait for 8 weeks for that to finish and then go for it. You need 1 troop to infiltrate and propagate napalm in the Honduran forest. This would be useful. Looks like we gained all the votes, guys. Yeah, we'll just take the enactment chance. Five. I think after 4, it's going to take like 4 weeks for this naval invasion to start, right? 8 days? No. It's going to take less than 4. For Brazil, just make grain cheap and lower your taxes. It always takes you around 11 standard living. I think you want high taxes for more construction goods, because you're getting so much from unused arable land. Until 1850, you should have a pretty decent amount of pops already. Yeah. There's some people who argue that slavery is just very useful early on. Okay, so we're gonna land with these guys. Then land with the next stack, and then land with the next stack, and I think we will be able to get in on Honduras. It's unfortunate we can't build a big enough navy to just like land with actual way bigger stacks, but... Does anyone know where slave plops get imported from when you go slave trade? They get imported in from, I think, decentralized nations in Africa that have slave states. If I recall correctly. The mechanic's not very strong, so like I honestly like don't know about it as much about it as perhaps I should. Here, let's delete these guys so there'll actually be an 8 stack. Let's see how much killing we got done. Okay. Okay. I see you. Yeah, the AI is just, they build a lot more. On this particular patch, weeks start to seem way harder, to be honest. Would you consider renaming your channel to Big Nice Gaming? No, because we have the Generalist thing across multiple channels, and we philosophically believe in it. As tempting as Big Nice Gaming would be. Alright, so let's cancel this invasion now. And then let's land with this 8 stack. We're just going to look to run the trade on them. Now, with that 8 stack, we need to have someone on offense. Oh, wait, there's someone on offense on each of these. Pillage meta time. So these guys should basically not get a chance to recruit up to max stacks. So now we'll have fresh stacks into this. So we will have more men. So see, they're not defending with like 6k anymore. And so we'll just get to kill repeatedly. Hopefully. That's the plan at least. Yeah, so dead. 1k dead. However many wounded. I guess we'll probably take 2 battles and then try and annex. Wasn't the plan to ban slavery next? Oh, you're right. It was. Keep forgetting we have it. Yeah, because this is going to make these guys really mad. Homesteading, to be fair, is going to just crush their clout as well. Both of these will help to decrease the clout of these guys. The landowners. But this, to some degree, we're doing because it's an opportune time because we have a movement for it. Yeah, okay. So now they're starting to get chipped down quite a bit. And we still have, like, okay, we don't have a lot of cannons recruited up from these guys, but there's still, like, a big line infantry thing, so. Let's take a look. Yeah, we're starting to get in. Or not get in, but get them low enough. I think after this battle we cancel the naval invasion and then land with the 6 stack. Or we could reland with this stack as well once it recruits up a little bit. But yeah, look how much they like decimated our troops too, just in 2 battles on each of them. I guess the idea is we just keep cycling through. Like if this doesn't work, that's like really big not nice, big grim for us. Oh, we don't have enough organization on this troop because the landing doesn't get in. We don't have enough org. Are we just supposed to reland with this, like, basically belaggard? Like, because we needed to recruit a general. That's, like, exactly the opposite of how we wanted this to play out. Shoot. Now they're going to be able to recruit up. Ugh. I guess we get to recruit up, too. It's strange to say slavery is good, but at the start it is. About making taxes high in Brazil, it will make your IGs angry, and since the situation is fragile early on. Maybe, I don't know if you decrease it super low, maybe you keep it even, I don't know. The Brazil update was underwhelming. I thought it was pretty neat, but we can't remember it that well, I guess. Is the human wave offensive without the human? This is the human wave offensive? Yeah, basically. It's not going too hot, though. I forgot that, like, fiddling with the generals resets this, so we actually needed to have this prepped ahead of time. AI is so buffed this patch. They just build a ton more military than they used to. We're still adjusting to it, like, quite a lot. Because it used to be, we're used to, like, going after specific spots when they're super soft and easy to expand into, and they're not anymore. AI is so buffed this patch. Carthaginian Colonial Empire. Holy shit, we've had no Twitch chatter for, like, a while, with, like, over 50 viewers on Twitch. Oh no, wait, sure you kid did. Okay. Carthaginian Colonial Empire, we're trying. We're gonna let this go 2 battles through. Notice the number at the start of the battle for them is lower every time. And then we'll try landing with this guy. Ugh. These guys got some problems. But I think they're the biggest stack. Is this 8 stack here? Alright, that's 2 battles, right? Or is that 1? We'll see how decimated your numbers are. Yikes. And they have no morale? Yeah, let's just cancel. It's probably like, we're probably just wood chippering too much pop. Like, it's probably bad. You plan on playing Manor Lords? I don't think so. We'll see though. Please, now it's down to 2k, but we're feeling the pain too. Maybe this isn't winnable. Shoot. We could give everyone extra supplies now. We'll import from the French. Seems reasonable. Hey! For me, are the only real tutorials from Generalist where I can learn the game, and Target's vids are good, but not as good from Generalist. Thank you, Poppy, Sajay. Targus is also streaming right now, is my understanding. He's streaming against us. If anyone wanted to go check out Tarkus, you can link his thing in the Twitch chat if you want. Because I know we have a lot of viewers that are not Generalist regulars. They didn't sign up for this. They were dumped into this. Oh no. They got sent here from someone else. So once we can disband that, we'll go for the other thing. I don't think we need the railroads yet. Actually, we don't need the railroads yet. Kind of want to push some of this other stuff. Maybe we go empiricism into railroads. It's probably a little bit better. Just because we don't need them yet. But yeah, we finally get in, boys. We finally get in. What about Guild of Destiny? I think what we're going to do, a lot of people have been asking about this. I think we might do rundowns of the first 15 dev diaries from Guild of Destiny, just in a condensed way. How many died just for landing? 13,000 dead versus only 3,000. 20k wounded. The cost of the war. We count the cost of the war in ducats, not lives. We lost 167k ducats. We lost around 167k ducats. This war might be where we, after the end of this war, might be where we end the stream. We'll see. I guess we got a lot of Twitch viewers. We don't normally have a lot of Twitch viewers. Shout out to you guys. Holding down the Victoria 3 lobby. What's Tarkus even streaming right now? If not Victoria 3, obviously.
Kind of like...
He's streaming CK. Terrible. CK3. An inferior game. He is but CK3? Yeah. You would be a good general in the Russian army. The Stalin has a quote that's just absolutely haunting to me. It's my favorite Stalin quote. It's that it takes a brave man not to be a hero in the Red Army. Which, like, a lot of people don't get why that's haunting initially, but it's because you have more to fear from Stalin than you do the enemy, so you had better be brave and be heroic in the army so that you don't get executed by Stalin. And that is just horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. Wow, we're just like kind of being lazy, I guess. Rip the dream. I don't think we have any fertilizer. I didn't realize we have filing cabinets, please. There we go. We're just letting the auto queue pick up the slack for now, because our investment pool kind of big. We get homesteading. Ugh, yikes. Right, now let's see about banning slavery. Yes, yes, yes. Banning the slavery. And we should be able to enforce here. We won, but at what cost? reset production methods. Right here. Now we're making a little bit of money because we've demobilized. We have a decent chunk of infamy. Why don't we see about Diplo demands? Mascara, will you just accept? You will not just accept. Who can we annex? Nejd, we can annex. And Togurt. Togurt's not worth annexing. We'll take a little bit of a save in case our pie gets thumped, but I think we can kind of just comfortably go for this here. I bet you can't even form Carthage in CK3. We could form Carthage in CK3. Inferior game, though. We can form Carthage in any game. Except this one. We have to form Maghreb instead. Or as I like to call it, inferior Carthage. I think we'll... Ooh, yikes. You guys did the final landing, huh? It's the final countdown. Conscript just to be safe. Gotta love the commies, says Charles's iPhone. Here, I'll switch from YouTube to Twitch just to follow you here, says RM2TM2. Oh my god, my brain. Thank you for the follow, though. You gotta build sulfur mines, my guy. We have sulfur mines. Last random question. Really, the last question? What do I think about Anno 1800? It was fun. I like that we were enjoying our run. We weren't getting a lot of viewers is the main reason why we stopped playing Anno. Which is kind of what I expected, but generally when I stream anything other than Vic 3, it's a little bit worse. Hey, think of the positive. You didn't get as much infamy as you were stuck in that war for generations. Hey. We take those. Form Carthage IRL then. The truth hurts. Can't do it IRL. I tried to use... There was a poll for like what new nations should be formable that we would get in 1.5, and I tried to organize my community to do Carthage, but instead we got Benelux, and we got Central Europe, and we got Rio de la Plata, and Neo-Carthage could not be formed. This is a tragedy, a travesty, if you would. It could have been formable in Vic 3, it should have been formable in Vic 3, but people lacked the courage to stand up for what was right, which was, of course, a Carthage to be formed. To be formed in Victoria 3. Not an old Carthage, not a Carthage of the past, but a new Carthage. So it reminds me of a Nietzsche quote. Except I don't remember the exact quote. It's like one should seek not to go back. A little more courage, creativity in something like this, and one would seek to rise, not return. We need a new Carthage. We'll give it some popularity, I guess. We should be able to occupy. Let's double check that we have guys actually advancing. We do. Could you mess with Morocco? No. Morocco's too strong. They have a bigger military than us by a large margin. We cannot fuck with Morocco. We can't even decrease autonomy on Mascara, which we would really want to. Unfortunately, I've received a letter. Okay. Might be time to wrap up the stream. Reminds you of a Nietzsche quote? Any quote? Everything reminds me of a Nietzsche quote, yeah. It's true. One should take care when fighting monsters, lest one becomes a monster. And when you gaze long into the abyss gazes back into you. That has to be the edgiest Nietzsche quote. That which doesn't kill us makes us stronger, and God is dead. Two close follow-ups, but the one about gazing into the abyss and the abyss gazing back has to be the edgiest. Looks like our Marco Liberal Boyo died, which is unfortunate. So we are facing a revolution, unfortunately. That's going to be an expensive revolution, too. A lot of people are going to die. That's unfortunate. Well, I think we just eat the rev, to be honest. Clap these boys. New country. a note slid through the door by the cat. The cat is sending me notes. The cat says the food is ready, which is why we will conclude after this nudge thing. Trade agreement with anyone? No. Prove relations? Yeah, let's do it. We accrued some infamy, so we have more relations to improve. Anytime you accrue infamy for everyone who is in the strategic region, you acquire negative relations with that person equal to half the amount of infamy you accrued, which is one of the reasons why trying to maintain good relations with Great Britain and France, who tend to have the most strategic interest, is so critical. I think we're just gonna let this guy get less political strength because these guys are revving anyways. They're not big. Appeasement will not be had. A sign I made for your office. We must put behind us the mistakes of the past and proceed with the mistakes of the future. Big nice. There's another Nietzsche quote I like a lot, which is like, which I think is relevant for Victoria 3. All you care about in Victoria 3 is making the line go up, and the quote is like, "Joy is the feeling of your power increasing," although it gets translated differently in different spots, but something like that. Mysterious Quat, do we know his wisdom? We do not know her wisdom. We meow at her and she meows back. One should take care when having a cat. Lest one become a cat. And when you meow long into the abyss meows back. Meow. God is dead, God remains dead, and we have killed him. Yeah, this is the full quote. Or not the full quote. It's like at the end of a super long aphorism, if I recall correctly, and we have killed him. How shall we comfort ourselves? Unless I think it's in two places. I think it's in Beyond Good and Evil, and I think it's in Thus Spoke. I don't, the God is dead quote. How should we comfort ourselves? The murderer of all murderers, what holiest and mightiest of the world has yet been owned and bled to death. Yeah. That's some furrous abyss, eh, Emperor? Bro, one of my favorite Nietzsche quotes is like, Nietzsche like ripped on Germany all the time, and one of my very favorite Nietzsche quotes is, he just like randomly interposes that like, just like randomly, I think it's in the middle of an aphorism, he's like, the German Tsar would be unfit to be my stagecoach, and it's just like, what the, it's just completely out of nowhere, and he's just like, screw that dude. It's just like, this contextually is like, just absolutely wild. Let's see. Maybe we'll continue a little while longer. We don't have to eat right now. I kind of want to get this rev through. Oh, we probably should. But we have so many Twitch viewers right now. We don't normally have this many Twitch viewers. Also, it's mainly that I like talking about Nietzsche. It's mainly the Nietzsche talking. Who can we reduce autonomy on? Sulu, they accept, cool. Oh, did we lose infamy? It was that little infamy, that one tick, we like lost it. How do we force this rev to rev, though? It's not going to rev right now. This will be a little bit better for banning slavery, to be fair. Can we import more? We eventually want to be making fertilizer ourselves, but we'll tolerate this for now. I think we can go in here, swap all the filing cabinets as well, and that should be good. Feels bad just letting the auto queue control everything, but the investment pool is growing, so, and we're losing money. Twitch, YouTube, Civil War engaged. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Mommy and Daddy are fighting. One of my favorite Nietzsche quotes. They're all your favorites, yeah. Under our knives, who shall wipe the blood off us? What water is there for us to clean ourselves? What festivals of atonement, what sacred games shall we have to invent? Dude, Nietzsche's a vibe. Twitch fucking loves Nietzsche. Burrow. We need to get a unified chat in here. I tried to figure it out, I couldn't figure it out. I gotta start again, like somewhere like over here, just a unified chat so you guys can see what each other's saying. That way you guys can agitate against each other. Yeah, this is real. Increases engagement. Makes me get higher on the recommendations things when this happens. Much rioting, much excite. Did you study at any academia? If so, what was it like? Currently have an ongoing application period time. I have a philosophy degree. I have a BA in philosophy, which is kind of. I hate this event because it's so irrelevant. This event is so irrelevant if you're big. It just is like meaningless. 2.5k because it's always 2.5k, but it's backbreaking when you're tiny. This is gonna crush us, and there's nothing we can do about this event. Someone uwuified the "God is dead" quote. Wild. We're hungry boys after all. Kiko, no. Kiko's about to drop the uwuified "God is dead" quote. Jesus. But we're just gonna lose 2.5k? Like, ugh. Yeah, look at this. What do we even do in the face of this? Like, that 2.5k represents 10% of our government expenses. I guess we have to delete construction sectors, but we really don't want to do that because our investment pool is actually growing. But we can't pay interest. Maybe we just have to hope that someone just picks up our interest tab. God, that seems like a bad idea. You can reset debt if you... Oh, no, wait. No, I don't think the debt resetting works. I was gonna say if you rev and swap sides, I'm not sure. Sim. You guys keep it in English because I can't moderate chat. I can't moderate chat in Spanish. No hablo español. Mucho gusto. Bien. The ghost of Scipio is hunting me. The truth hurts. Delete army? Yeah. Delete army is actually correct. Oh, we can't because the rev is brewing. It all hurts. It all hurts so much. We can't delete anything because the rev. We could stop trying to ban slavery. I'm not Brazilian, sorry bro. This is what happens when you argue. Or are you guys arguing in Portuguese? Oh man, the guy from Portugal is arguing with the guy from Brazil. Terrible. Please keep it in English though. Also, I can moderate, don't worry. Yeah, but who's gonna moderate the moderators? Dang, betrayal. Yeah. Imagine if they changed it to 10% of expenses instead of 2.5k for that event. That would be freaking wild. That event would be so backbreaking every time. You would be like, holy shit, I have to lose 10% of my income. Or extra 10% on expenses just every time. Time to like, yeah, it'd just be crushing. I'm revving after that I can't speak Spanish. To be fair, it's also evidence I can't speak Portuguese. No hablo portugueso. The usual Spanish dagger. To be fair, if I actually looked at it and someone gave me time, the Gao or whatever is indicative of, yeah, it does just look more like Portuguese. We could call it Western Spanish. Where are you building this? Constantine? It's gonna get bricked. Stop it. It's gonna get bricked when the rev pops, my guys. We could actually also bolster the landowners just so they can... That's kind of wild. It maybe makes sense to bolster the landowners. Where are we using our... road maintenance? I guess we don't need the road maintenance here always. It's just like a little bit more convenient. And we kind of don't like that one that much. And I don't know if we go for... I think we go for a float here. Just to pass this law faster. Our infamy is decaying. The Portuguese people are agitating in chat. 39% chance they just accept, but if if Spain joins, we just get clapped. Egypt got clapped here. This is the cleanest Egypt Ottoman border I've seen in a hot minute. Shout out to the devs cleaning that up. Is that gonna de-rev them? Maybe we're not gonna get a rev here. Yeah, they're positive relations. Oh, but they have an agitator is why. We could exile a dissident. I think that kicks them off of this rev. I think this makes the rev go away. So, the danger is passing. Bro, 2.5k is just so wild. We're just gonna actually tax tobacco. Try and get out from under this. I think this rev... Why are you insurrectionary still? Good sirs. Typical tourists. Yeah. Not agitating, planning a coup. At this point, I'm Ramon Mercader and you're Trotsky Generalist. Is that the guy who shot Trotsky in the back of the head? It do be like that sometimes. If my memory is correct. Alright, that's gonna be really nice for us, the empiricism one. It's gonna give us a little bit of extra stuff. Alright, we're gonna... We wouldn't mind the Civil War popping, to be honest. Don't hate it. Don't really care one way or the other. Well, we want it to either pop now, or we want it to not pop at all. So I guess we do care a little bit in some regard. Ramon Mercader ice picked him to death? Okay. Kind of same difference, but yeah. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Alright, slavery band is progressing. 75%, it's just, yeah, a lot. We'll just do this one. Actually, we should have done the other one. I think the other one forces the rev to go through. If we could just gain more radicals. God, it's so obnoxious, this additional expenses from... Modifier is insane, man. I guess we maybe get slavery banned through. We have 0 infamy, though. Shoot. I guess we can try and trib them. And then we'll assign guys to each side. It looks like we maybe don't rev now. Just use 2 of those medium-ish size squads. Or as long as it's under 89, it's like, it's good. We're in good shape. Nobody sway, please. Please just back down, Nicaragua. I'm not ready to get hurt again. Mexico declares neutrality is big nice. Let's seize the ringleaders. Nicaragua bags down. Spectacular. Our influence is being felt here in Central America, as it was historically. We have an 8-stack navy. Maybe we can get in on Gaza now, to be honest. God, they just have 18 battalions now? What the fuck? absolutely blasting. Dutch East Indies is likely to side against us. Their navy will brick us if they decide to use it. Dutch East Indies likely to side against us. Gaza just randomly has 18 stack now. So the problem with Benin... maybe we try and go for Benin. Costa Rica did nothing wrong. It did. That 2.5 penalty for revving is something that shows why flat taxes don't work. Yeah. It's not a deterrent. It's like a hyper deterrent in some cases and then not a deterrent in others, basically. Want to resume the construction, buried in red tape. Yeah, I think we're in a safe zone now. If it gets to 90, it can be a little bit sticky, but usually Zulu who has that kind of numbers. Yeah, I mean, like, this is just not normal kind of things. We're getting used to all this kind of changes and stuff. Denmark is very likely to side, which makes it unlikely that they back down, but looks like it's just Denmark that we have to concern ourselves with. So which one of these stacks is going to have... Alright, let's use this stack to invade. Do I live next to a highway? Yes. Tripolitania is independent? Hot. Thank you for pointing that out. We're already in a war, but... Or we're in a play. Does Tunisia have access to a formidable nation? They do. Maghreb. Denmark sides with these guys, so I think we're not going to... Actually, Denmark has a... something down here, right? Yeah, they do. So we're going to go for war reparations on Denmark. Can we sway? War goals? What do you want? Treaty port? Not in Benin, you don't. Not on Benin, you don't. Who else is swayable here? I only see Spain. Is it Denmark, but... Oh no, wait, France. What do you want, France? You do want transfer states. This run might be dead, boys. France is belligerent. We haven't gotten very strong in the amount of time. I think they revved and, yeah. They expelled diplomats. Oh no, no. No, 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 not like this. Bro. We didn't mean it. But, coming in, we can form a grab. I live next to a loud car convention. Facts. This run might be dead if France decides they want to thumb our pie. There's really not much we can do. Unless we can sway like a few people in. They're rivaled with Prussia. Prussia's disinterested, yeah. I don't think, as an unrecognized country, I don't think we'd get very much support, so... Let's do that one. Let's mobilize these guys. I don't think we're gonna get landed here. We'll see. Election started. How's it doing? Conservative Party. It's got a lot of momentum. Interesting. Oh, the Liberal Party broke. Yeah. The Liberal Party steal. No, this should be fine. Conservative Party, yeah, it's just this massive block though. Deep bourgeoisie still being insurrectionary is wild as hell. I don't think we need the enactment chance, yeah. We just ban the slavery. And then... this probably revs, right? The Lemon are a lot stronger. Maybe it's time for a parliamentary republic. Village school's probably not good. Maybe it is time. Oh, we start with rights of assembly? What the fuck? That is wild. That is vibe. I mean, I guess let's go guaranteed lives. GG, it's all over. Last time they were in a war, they capitulated in 6 hours. Damn Denmark, bros. Carthage is about to be deleted. Excuse? Yeah, I mean, Carthage kind of is. There's nothing we can do. Take that Corsica Generalist. I mean, so the only thing we could do is maybe deck on France and somehow get someone to join with us, like, in a way that, like, makes sense. Like, if we deck on France in a particular strategic region, the other thing is just very creative landings. Maybe make it possible. Like, if we just re-land everything and just land a ton, the problem is they're just going to park a navy here and there's going to be nothing we can do about that navy. There's going to be no outmaneuvering, none of that. Why you conscript up so freaking fast? That's a travesty. Okay, that is a problem, actually. That is a big problem. That is a big problem. Okay. We can build more boats in all these places, but we're gonna have to turn the construction back on to do it. So we can make the boats way bigger, but they stalled us just long enough. Okay, I guess we just get in anyways, maybe. I thought they stalled us long enough to make it a problem. So maybe we can pause all again. Greemy backs down. Big nice, I guess, for someone. The thing about them being belligerent and just banning slavery is that you can't cap for banning slavery now. They're not going to put slavery as a primary war goal. The slavery is not going to be their primary war goal. Oh, you mean declaring on them and have them put it in as an automatic and then backing down? No, I don't think... I think their primary war goal is always take Constantine, like 100% of the time. The AI's not going to put anything other than Constantine in. Okay, it looks like we can land this, though. It's going to be all Constantine all the time. My kingdom, to make this 2.5k additional expenses go away. Bank robbery compensation, man. How rich do they think our bank is? Is there a way to defense against Great Britain as Qing? I tried in 1.5 Dynam defense, but the Qing is totally crap now. I got Ladari. Yeah, we have some videos on it. It's definitely doable. It helps to declare on Portugal, which will have the front be like over there, and then do a lot of creative landings. Also, you conscript up all cannons. So the cannons increase your defense. You said that you conscripted up, but I'm just saying that like this, you still have to do this. What happened to the Rev? Where'd it go? We passed the law, so it went away. The Rev was in response to the passing of the law. That's another thing that's weird. Is like you have this like imminent Rev. If you succeed in passing the law, the Rev just goes away, like easy peasy, in a lot of cases. Give me those sweet Denmarkian war reps. Oh, we should have taken this as well. Oh well, we should have taken Togo. That's probably fine. They gave up after the law passed. Cowards. This is true. Facts. And we'll take the enactment time. Those guys aren't super pleased with us, but to be honest, enactment time's so good. We could actually reform to having... No, this is actually probably the best we could do. Wow. Awkward government time when the conservatives need to be in power. Awkward government time. We'll just ship everyone back here. And these guys can give up whenever they feel like it. Slowly chipping away at the interest. Look, we're paying 5k in interest, so... Yeah, interest is just disgustingly expensive when you're unrecognized, especially when you're spoiled. Victory is when hypocrisy is king. When we rev until the laws pass, then we are complacent. Yeah, and then also radicals will just jump on any sort of agitation whatsoever. They don't care what they're revving about. They just want to rev. Wonder if the rev went away because landowners were already in a movement. Made the movement go away. Yeah, slavery ban's gonna be a big nice for us overall. Eventually. SOL is really having a bit of a come up. So we're actually not too far from forming. Now that I actually think about it, we're not too far from forming Maghreb. It's mainly we have to subjugate Tripolitania and then Morocco. So, well, it looks like this is gonna get bricked. Diplomatic ties with San Marco. They do be rebelling. When do you want to give this up, dear Daneland? The Danes. They actually have 0 military? What the hell? No, okay. We're angry, we don't know what for, but we're gonna rev, basically. This is like, it's just a matter of like how much, yeah, the fact that it's just a matter of how much radicalism you have is like wild as hell. God, but look at this patchwork of like Tunis expansion. This is just like disgusting. Not. We're just gonna let them get screwed because we can't afford to pay it. Normally when you're a small country you just pay it. But Honduras I don't think is too large a percentage of what we got going on. Bro. We want the auto queue to actually build up some steel. Napoleonic warfare. I guess we're actually just gonna import stuff. And the queue can do what it's gonna do. Because it's like, bro, these need to be on steel. But that's gonna kill our consumption of iron, I think. We'll see if we can export it. Oh, I guess it's fine. Interesting. Daneland moment. Victory is basically the woke versus anti-woke debate in terms of rebels. Jesus. Alright, you'll give up the war reps. Thank you. Please let us get out of debt. Holy shit, why are they... Oh, because we're also not mobilized. But that's a lot more from Denmark than... Oh, no, wait, that's about what I was expecting, yeah. I guess Benin's also paying us. Mascara's paying us the most. Kind of okay with all this. Okay, okay. Oh wow, we have 2 interests we can declare now? Hot. Hot damn. Irania's doing a thing. We resume here. Maybe. We can afford this. Which means we can afford more construction, maybe. No, I think we'll just leave it as is. But our investment pool is now going to be gaining at a pretty good clip. Maybe we're fine, but loyalist bros do be loyalisting. Thank you, Shellberg, for the follow, as well as you, the Brad Diamond. Big nice. Welcome to the Big Nice Club. Oh wow, another follow? Holy shit. Snow Crash, thank you also for the follow. They saw the way we handled Daneland, and they were like, I want to be a part of that. Oh, we're passing it, bros. We're passing the law. We're gonna call our one time for the stream, considering I think we're just gonna do this and then peace out. Or be done. Valshamar will accept the reduction of their autonomy. You know who won't? Mascara. Well, Generalist, why don't you fight them anyways? Actually, we don't... Well, I think we need to reduce autonomy on them. But we don't need to annex them. But these guys, we want a tributary. They won't accept. Sardinia, Piedmont, Modena, and Austria will all join against us. That is the freaking mood / vibe. What the hell is that about? It's like a Mara revolution. They're doing the Mara shuffle to themselves. Brad Diamond says, I watch all your stuff on YouTube, so I headed over the second I seen you online. Thank you. Yeah, we're on Twitch now. I mean, I guess our GDP's coming up. This is a bit of a struggle fest, though. I think maybe... Yeah, we're gonna take one more tick of guaranteed libs, and then we're gonna call it. The reason, of course, we called our one time on guaranteed libs, so this will be passing with the next law. We're taxing the shit out of our pops right now. Just trying to build up. How much peasants do we even have right now? Yeah, still a lot. Relative to what's going on. We'll do X and then we'll quit. Yeah, I have a hard time sticking to what I say I'm gonna do. This is true. We are gonna quit at guaranteed libs, but yeah, I do that a lot, which is actually bad because when I say, "Oh, we're gonna quit soon," it actually like causes people to leave the stream, and so it's just like 2 hours of me saying, "Well, we'll be done soon," and then we're not done at all. I think we're gonna swap some of this out, but we called our one time, so. Can we go after Uruguay? Uruguay is probably okay. Not if they have 15 battalions, though. That's maybe landable. I think no matter what we do, I think we kind of want to wait. Well, we really want these boats, so we'll have a 12 stack, so we can land with a 12 stack. Like, really struggling over people, like, actually building a ton of stuff. You played 8 hours of Imperator yesterday. It was supposed to be a 2-hour session, basically. Generalist is edging us, basically. Yeah, true. You guys are going to need a towel after I'm done with you. Alright, here we are. Guaranteed libs is just going to pass because we called her one time. Wait, what happened? We got to report the game. The game is in fact bugged. The calling of one time did not work properly. We're supposed to pass it because we called one time. So we're going to have to put in a bug report to the devs. But on that note, I think we will be saying goodbye. Who do we say goodbye to first last time? I think we said goodbye to the YouTubers first last time. So we'll say goodbye to the Twitch viewers first this time. I think we'll raid Tarkus because he always raids us. He's playing CK3 though. Oh my god, I have to type his name. It's like Tarkar Sasars. Please. Please. I know I can just copy paste, but I'd rather just type, but we're not going to type all that. But Tarkus is, he plays Victoria 3 occasionally. You should tell him he should be playing Victoria 3 instead, because that would be funny. But, Godspeed. And we will send this on our raid ways. I think he's playing as Persian or something. But, we will be seeing you Twitch chat later. And then, to my YouTubers, who are my favorites, I will bid you adieu, farewell, goodbye, au revoir, and another time. Bye-bye now.